Uh-oh. Here we go.
Okay, now we're not muted.
Hey,
all the issues.
We're unmuted.
Yeah, there it is. There we go. Yay.
Finally.
I also want LeVar Burton for Donatello in Ninja Turtles. I agree. I agree with
right?
that.
Ooh, why is he not? This is very good.
Why
that's
isn't
on point.
Why isn't LeVar Burton in everything? Like in just every possible thing you could justify. He should be hosting
Jeopardy and Nova and Radiolab and the fucking news.
Yes, absolutely.
I rarely want to not be looking at LeVar Burton and hearing LeVar Burton tell me things.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, most nights I fall asleep listening to LeVar Burton read short stories.
Oh, yes. Yes, as soon as they brought that back, I was like, oh, thank goodness.
His is the only podcast that I archive on my Plex, just so we can listen to any of them.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I see your feed. They can't see you yet, but they're about to. I'm going to add you live to this.
I'm doing stuff. I should explain what I'm doing.
Get ready.
I'm putting some Laogan Ma, this is the 3 dice style, onto some Spam fried rice.
Ooh.
Because lunch.
That sounds delicious.
Every other week or so, I make a big, giant batch of Spam fried rice for my kiddo and I. And when we don't want to make food, we just microwave it. And
now you're all big.
Speaking of,
it's just gonna be. We're just gonna cover Josh. We're just gonna cover Josh entirely.
This is my stream now.
Give me a moment to, of course, size you down, all that good stuff.
Sorry, I'm not on your stream, Steve.
There we go. Now we've hidden you. And then we're going to do that thing that makes sure that the NDI doesn't constantly resize your window, which is super awesome. That was a fun fix.
Okay.
That's nice. Are you using OBS or are you using I just heard that OBS did some really cool updates.
Yeah, no, OBS is my baby. And if you're using a Windows machine, it's great. If you're using an Apple or OS X, it's not good. But for those of us that do Windows stuff, it's good. And then
I use it on Windows. But I'm not good at it. So it's bad. But it's really just that I'm bad at it.
Oh yeah. I was using Streamlabs specifically because I could Control Z. And now that there's a Control Z and OBS, I'm definitely moving over.
Nice. That's an important
beauty. Okay, we look reasonable on the stream. We look like we're humans.
Excellent.
That sort of know what we're doing.
Oh yeah, very snazzy. Very snazzy.
Is nice and runny. Very good. This is very good. You know what I've been doing lately? I cook the side of the egg, and I just take it off the heat. I let the pan slowly.
There, I think I've fixed Ronin's vote. Ronin, speak.
Check 1 2 1 2 3. You hear me?
Does that clear up the echo?
Echo.
There we go. Yeah. NDI on Skype is great because I can individually pull your audio, but the problem with that is that then I have to mute my desktop audio, which means that if we're just having a conversation, that's awesome. If I have to, say, play tracks for people, that's bad. Unless I were to download the whole VPC and do it media source, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay, yeah.
And then
makes sense.
Okay, so yeah, I think everybody's good. Josh, you probably sound fine now, I assume.
All right, let's hope.
Still don't know what the MPC or the VPC. It's the Vocalist Producer Challenge. It's Nerdcore Hip Hop Vocalist Producer Challenge.
Yeah,
and
it's a song.
And even though Ronin just did this yesterday on his own stream, I thought I would add another better critical voice, as I always do with two Yoked Bros is only two Yoked Bros because everyone is gonna have better feedback than me, and deserves to give feedback more than I do. So it rotates who the other Yoked Bros are. But now we're 3 Yoked Bros on this one.
3
Yoked Bros this one. But yeah, we're just gonna go through the tracks. We're gonna listen to them, and we're gonna give our feedback. My goal on 2 Yoked Bros is to give the feedback where the style where you have the song that you've made. What little things can you do to just make what you made better? Not like broad statements like get better at mixing or like work on looking. Those can be helpful to people that need to be reminded to look up tutorials on YouTube. But a lot of times, a lot of songs are just need a couple like structural changes, or another dub, or some like a dub line, or little things that tweak them, that turn them from like a 6 out of 10 to like an 8 out of 10. Or it might be just like, if someone had time to like auto-tune the vocals a little bit, like subtly, it would have just really elevated the track. And so that's what I notice. A lot of the judge feedback is very more specific on like diving in an overall track theory, and I'm like, no, this track is probably fine. Like, I have so much feedback for Josh's track because there's so many problems in it. And no.
I'm excited to hear this.
I have.
It gets very wearisome hearing people say things like, "What can I say about this song?" What is there to say? Because that's what they tend to say, and it's frustrating.
Oh yeah.
Well, you are also coming to a hip hop community, giving them a ska track to judge.
Yeah, that's the idea. We want to, like, we want to stand out from the playlist. I don't know.
Round 2. Let's see if the.
I still have this grand secret meta narrative that I hope we can pull off, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Ooh, I'm excited for meta narratives.
Yeah, I don't want to tip my hand too much.
See if I can get this,
or act like we actually have any of this planned out.
Oh yeah,
just get ourselves in a lost situation.
Let's say, from my perspective, I'm just here about. I'm all about celebrating music. I personally, I'm not classically trained by any means in anything. I'm just the guy who listened to a lot of music for a long time. So I'm glad to share what I think about stuff, but like I'm.
Oh, hey, I should probably share my audio with you all so that when the track plays.
Speaking of auto-tune, since we're still getting all set up, can I mention a new auto-tune workflow that I found that it has saved my life, literally? So I found that instead of, because I usually try to like fully automate, go in on the graph and like map out the pitches and try to make it sound all natural and like dial in like the note transition time and the retune speed and all that. And I found that if I just set it at like a kind of medium where it just kind of sounds natural most of the time and it works, but it'll still have those weird jumps, And then get an automation lane for the bypass, and then just bypass somewhere that there's like not a vocalization before and after the place where it goes, and let that just be natural and just like out of pitch. And it's so much more efficient. It takes so much less time, and it sounds fucking great. And it sounds live because it's like mostly perfectly tuned, but then it has like some human errors in there. It's wild.
Snap.
It's pro tips.
It takes like a tenth of time.
Pro tips from Klopfenpop. Nice. Goddamn.
We were trying to save time. We've been thinking.
But why? You just had to record like 7 instruments and manage endless harmonies and key change transitions.
People talk about how many tracks they have in their sessions. I don't even know how you count. Is there a place where it lists the number of tracks? Because I can't find it, and I have too much ADHD to count them myself.
Oh yeah, no.
That is unbearable.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
All right, but what we do have time for is Vocalist Producer Challenge 7 Round 2. And now that everything's all set up nice and pretty, if you're hearing occasional clicking, unfortunately that's Josh's audio. It just is the way it is. Let me know.
My camera refocusing.
Let me know if you all can hear this. fairly well. We're going to start with At Least by Young Sullivan.
Yeah, I can hear it.
This Wu-Tang shit.
I come down a tiny bit.
Measure up, not enough. Ruin everything I touch. Heart is ash, blood is dust. Every beat a cover up. I got debt to settle up. Medical, identical. Throw me on the bonfire.
Can we talk about how this is the hardest any Young Sullivan beat has ever fucking done? These drums are sick. They sound like fucking machine samples.
Oh yeah.
I'm caustic.
I feel like the beat was all sampled from like nature sounds and Dr.
Can't escape it. No skills to brave it. Degenerate, wasted. Chasing up payments. At least we can sell drugs to your mama, to your sister, to your father, to your friends, and to your daughter. At least we can sell drugs to your doctor, to your preacher, to your toddler, to your
You gotta love a hook that's really just like a 4-note melody.
Right.
It's like
Listen, people should definitely cook drugs while listening to this song.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Like, you don't have to write a hook. You can just have a hook, like a little tiny musical idea that goes, and just like do it as a song all over. And that can work. How many fucking movie songs do that? We don't do that anymore.
Nope, we don't. And so what we do here, Ronin, is we listen to about half the track, about a minute and a half of it, and then we kind of talk about it, because lots of people have it like playing as you did in the background, or people have gone to listen to them. And so we're like, we'll give them half of it, and then we'll get into the critique a bit more, so that they can really hear it. And then, of course, anyone can go to nerdcorevpc.com, over to the round 2, and listen to this whole thing. Also on SoundCloud, there's Nerdcore VPC playlists and everything like that. But yeah. All right. So, thoughts on this particular track?
This was good. I liked it. This was one of the things that I think is a big overall flag to pin on this round, is that almost every team outdid themselves from last round.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I don't think that's ever been done. Round 1 comes out, everyone's strong. Everyone's ready, rearing to go. Round 2, a lot of stuff peters out, and I think people brought it.
Well, this was also the first time we had 0 total track attrition. A few people didn't submit, and then some other people added, but like at the time, like, we've never had it where it would have only been 3 less, which is huge. Like, to have a bunch of people come in. Normally, round 1 to round 2, you lose about, if I recall correctly, about 10 to 15%. And we would have lost like less than 10% if no one had added, but we actually technically I think gained a track. So which is bad for, these things.
Yeah, XOC did a track over Brackets round 1 beat.
Yeah.
Which was dope.
What about your thoughts, Ronan? What are you thinking?
I love, like, just coming in from like a rapping standpoint, the cadence just really, like, it gets you in there. It's like, I want to do things with this song.
Yeah.
Like activities. Like, it gets you pumped up and it gets you like moving. Like, and it's so, like, I'm always here for like the flawless type of flow where it's like not even trying hard. Even though you could be trying hard, I don't know. And the way that I have to guess to see is it just means that it works. I'm probably going to revert to my old judge format of being the cruel and mean and critical judge. You can be the Simon Cowell.
I'll be the Simon Cowell. I'll be I like this track. I think it's definitely better than the round 1, and like you said, it's something you want to do things to. I really think that at times it feels like they're going through like a checklist of like existing schemes and existing like flow patterns, and just being like, this stanza, this style, this stanza, this style. And though that's not necessarily a bad thing for everyone, sometimes I feel like it's good to just throw a little flavor on it, and that can very simply be like dropping a couple words and just simply coming in a little later than the style demands, or doing that. I don't think it's ruinous to the song. It was just, while I was listening to it with my critical ear, I was like, it feels like you're just picking kind of trap flow styles and just kind of working through them. I don't necessarily know if there's a way to fix that, and for a lot of people, that's what they want to hear. There's lots of regional or style or genre styles that just go so well because they've been honed by hundreds or thousands of artists. So, like, I can't get that mad at them for it, but I definitely noticed it, and it's the criticism I have for this. Otherwise, I have zero criticism for this because it all perfectly vibes together, and like you all said, that chorus on this is just so exactly what it needed to be on the song, where it's just just the high pitched and always put the word drugs in your hook. It's really good. It's just a good choice. Just like the word down, it's a word that people like hearing.
Down.
Yeah, if you notice, lots of very popular songs have down in their choruses because people just like how the sound comes out. It's got a nice round middle, and so it sounds very good in English.
Ow, ow.
Ow, ow.
How
Yeah.
now, bro?
Yeah.
That actually makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of, in the song I'm writing now for VPC, like, it's just like phonetically when you're like trying to write something, like if it's not pleasing to the ear, then maybe you should definitely go for something that is simpler to meld with.
Yeah, and oh, go on.
No, that was it.
Yeah, and
This beat
yeah,
did a really good job of creating a vibe, which is something that can or cannot happen with a beat. And if you have achieved creating a vibe, like, something is successful for sure.
Yeah,
that takes a cohesion.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's really hard in a 3-week time period to like tweak things to get to that vibe. If it doesn't, sometimes you get lucky and it just happens, but a lot of times you have to kind of polish toward the vibe. And they nail
Polish toward the vibe.
Polish toward the vibe. Polish toward the vibe.
With an arrow pointing down.
No, absolutely not. We're gonna move on to Final Judgment, the Final Judgment by Vessels of Light.
I'm on a mission to rid of the rules. Lyrical freedom is critical, gonna get rid of you fools. How can you take on the mediums, forcing obedience? Now you're controlling our BPMs. BBC will not use us as a tool. We ain't succeeding. Finally approaching the end of the line, fully equipped to divine. Gather my summons and ruins and items that are hard to find. VPC leave on our minds, make us believe we inclined to create under a structure and never beyond what's defined. I wanna take back what's mine. Shadows I jump through the light. Portal to Zarian's castle and asshole judges are in sight. Thinking of all of the friends that I lost with no fear in my eyes. Judges just line up a smile like, look who's arrived.
Wow, if it isn't creating Lady J.
Sure is.
What an opening, like, verse attack where it's just like, this is the rhythm of this song.
With harsh tactics.
Right.
Plus the concept on this is just amazing.
What you want for your creators?
Yeah.
Y'all go too far and you know it.
Well, if that's how you feel, then bring it.
People were so salty about the rap cutscenes. Like, no, he's too good at rap.
So not fair.
Yeah. Alliteration doesn't really sound good all the time, though, right? Like I think it does, and like I want to tell myself I like it. Sometimes it just go off the house. I don't know. You can start to feel like you're listing things, I think.
with the I mean, yeah, that's the problem with alliteration. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that's all it is.
So thoughts. We'll start with Ronin this time.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they definitely can rap like 100%. Like they know what they're doing. So this is like, okay, yeah, set them up, I'll knock them down kind of deal. I feel like Klopfenpop was saying, like, alliteration like can be problematic in terms of, yeah, we're just gonna put and list things. I feel like they did a good job where at the end they kind of did a play on it where they were winking, where like they were kind of fatigued and they were just like,
that part was good.
Balls over Bowser being beneficial to.
Yeah, they lampshaded it. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was the best way to go. Yeah.
Always fun to see in the VPC.
A weird little bit of trivia, only because I think more people should know this term. If you don't know what the word lampshade is, it's from, I believe, a Marx Brothers old comedy film, and it's the concept of a person is standing and hiding in a room, and they put a lampshade on top of their head so that they look like a lamp, which obviously they don't. And so when you do a joke that sort of points at itself as the joke, or a bit that points at itself or references itself, the term for that in film and television is lampshading. And it's absolutely something that everyone should have in their lexicon, because it describes so many things.
I like that.
Yeah, and so cool. It happens, and they nail it here with with the
tropes. Says.
Yeah, very TV. Yeah, exactly. What about you? What about you, Klopp?
Yeah, good track. That part was really funny. Very, very self-aware. If you're gonna do alliteration this heavy, you gotta kind of be, communicate a little self-awareness.
Yeah,
and I think they did that successfully.
I think it also benefits it if you're overall, even if you're not being self-aware, if the overall track is fairly goofy, that's also fine, because you're obviously using a gimmicky thing, using heavy alliteration. I like what Celine said on the social medias about being impressed with how many teams did use alliteration, but they used it, like you would use it normally, where you're hitting it a little heavy, but it's not most of the song. But if you're using it for lots of lines of your song, then it can wear you out. My only critique on this one is that I feel like when the vocals come up in intensity, like jump an octave in tone, if you will, and you go from low tone rap to high tone rap, I want the mix of the vocals to come up and be a little bit more in front with that, or the whole of the track to be like 2 to 3 decibels louder. I want the volume and the track to kind of come with it, and I think that's because that mimics live playing. When people get more intense live, they play louder, and so things get louder, or a distortion pedal is added on a guitar, or the drummer's hitting harder, and there's just a subtle increase in volume. And so if you want to emulate that, just like a little bit more volume on the overall track, and then in hip-hop, I think it benefits it if the vocalist comes out a little bit more. Not too much so it sounds like they're just rapping in front of a recording behind them, but just enough. And I think that would have really added to the dynamics that the vocalist and production was already doing mechanically in the song. I think that's a sound feature. I fully understand if that's not everybody's vibe, but I think if you keep it fairly limited, it's one of those subconscious things that your ear will hear without you noticing, because it's not noticeably louder. It's just like essentially 1 or 2 volume presses on a television, or like a couple clicks on a headphone.
Yeah, this is one of, I think, a couple tracks this round that had some mix issues that really impacted, I think, the communication of the song. I could hear on, I think, like my fifth or sixth listen through, I could hear way down below, back behind some stuff. There's like an orchestral snare doing some rolls and some other elements down there. And I really couldn't hear the details of those articulations. I wish I could have. It sounds like there was a lot more going on, a lot more kind of intricate stuff that there just kind of got pushed out of the mix somewhere along the way, maybe under some of the bass or some of those big drum hits. Some of that orchestral stuff can resonate a lot and kind of push things out of the way.
All right, it's 12:30. We've gone through 2 tracks. We're on a great record for finishing this tonight. No, we're going to go to the next one. Occasionally, it's going to feel like I'm rushing you all. That's not. I'm just trying to make sure that we're wrapped by like 4-ish p.m. at the latest, because we have lives and we have things that we have to do. I'm
happy to do some of our discussion while the track is playing.
Yeah, well, the problem is I can only get the track so quiet, so I don't know the audibility of that. So if you do want to discuss about the track, get loud.
Just shout it.
Just speak with the whole of your frame.
And sorry if I'm interrupting you all. I tend to process these more kind of conversationally.
Oh yeah.
So that's kind of how I think feedback.
I'm always going to start by introducing one or the other of you for your feedback, and then feel free to free for all.
Word.
Mm-hmm. All right, Thought Team Epic, Rotary Club Dating Sim, a horny-ass track of many.
Project Zero said we need to set a 5-minute timer that just dings for us. Okay. Do we know what kind of obscure vintage EDM this is? Because Ultraclass had a very specific genre.
Yeah, right.
Expect a triple S for everyone I select. Picture both teams get your nipples erect. I can swing for the fence, it's gonna make it connect. Double menage a tendras coming direct. Fly without a wingman, I'ma make an attack. Don't need a cheesy pickup, I'm peeping game facts. Unlocking never ending when I'm playing it back. Cause all my happy endings ending up in
this is like the best Nurse Hella song in, I think, a decade.
Yeah.
This is really good. This is great. This is like top 5 Nurse Hella songs.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
Owner, then select it. Fuck 'em, suck 'em, nail 'em, rail 'em, bone 'em, own 'em, then reject it. Fucker, sucker, nailer, railer, boner, owner, then reset it.
I want some vocoders behind it that's some pitch shifted.
So, did anybody else get the ode to the Busta Rhymes Daft Punk?
I feel I get a little bit of that push me and then just touch me. So that one too.
All of those vibes.
That vibe. Iconic hook.
Yeah. Even the work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah.
Hey,
yeah,
Carl confirms.
Thank you, Carl.
All those songs.
Yeah. This was the best. Thoughts, Ronin?
I mean, I liked it. It definitely got my attention. When I was listening to it, like I was still listening to it with headphones, but then as soon as it came on, like the chorus came on, I was like, oh, should I be listening to this? Turn this down a little.
It's hella for you. That's hella for you.
It's in your face. But yeah, no, I liked it a lot. It really, it's I don't know, it was done well. It was just, it was memorable.
Mm-hmm.
The beat, I think it suits the song well, and it grooves really hard. It's not my favorite Ultraclass beat because Carl can do some magic, Not being able to use a snare is quite a hindrance, but I don't know. This was a real minimal beat. I'm used to hearing real busy Carl stuff with lots of different elements, like rhythmic interplays and melodic textures.
Yeah.
This was dope. I feel like there could have been some cool some cool additional candy sprinkled around the edges of the beat to really kind of guide the ear around that hook. And pull it through some robot noises and shit.
It's the kind of thing you want to see them add in an EP after the competition. Like, go back and add a couple more like touches to it, like you're saying. I think that absolutely would have helped the chorus here. The chorus isn't bad; it's really fun, but it is very much like I've heard this chorus style before. This sort of like playground rhyme. That the chorus is.
Yeah, it's a good way to describe it.
And
it's a good vibe.
It's a fun vibe. I think if Carl really kind of gets a chance to open up, Clyde Strawn opens up on the production a little bit and plays around with it, because I think that vibe allows for there to be more complexity behind the vocals. Because the vocals are going to lock you in to the audio comfort zone of, I know what this is, this chorus is catchy, I can hear all the words, I know the rhythm that they're going to come out the moment I start listening to this chorus. So now you can send me some wild cards in the instrumentation, and it's not going to throw me because your kick beat and your vocalist are what's grounding me. They're basically acting like the drums and the bassist of any given song, and then you know, normally that's where your guitars and your keyboards and synths in a full band can kind of go in different directions and not like lose the audience. And so I think that works. This is good though. This is definitely better than the round one.
You're in real band mode today.
I am in real band mode.
Kicking on the distortion pedals.
Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about how, like really good hip hop composition is not different than really good, like 5-piece band composition. So I've been trying to kind of keep that in my mind when listening to it. Like, how would, even if it's still hip hop, even if it's just someone rapping in front of a live band, how would a bunch of excellently trained touring and studio musicians lay down behind this? And so I'm gonna live in that space because that's what my notes are in.
That's a huge part of my production philosophy.
Yeah.
The pathway to beats that sound live, the beats like that sound like they have life in them and are alive, is just thinking about each of the parts as if they were a musician and how would they be listening to and responding to what the other parts are doing, and just try to like write that fan fiction of the band that you're producing. And I don't know, that's what I'm trying to do with it.
We get real esoteric here on Two Yoked Bros with Josh.
Production. Hey, hip hop production is just band LARPing, guys. Did you know that?
Hip hop production is band LARPing. All right, let's move to.
Dylan was like, "Damn, what if I was like in Bob James's band and I could play synth bass with him?" Right? I mean, that's basically what. Yeah, hell yeah.
Let's go to skill check.
Every single song he's ever done.
Yeah, right. Like you can hear it when producers put the like have the ear for it and put the tracks together. It's just not something that people consciously hear. And like EDM is like living on that kind of a vibe where it's like, yeah, this is all synthetic, but this is really like a multi-piece band working together to create dynamics.
The way good EDM is produced.
Yeah. And so let's get into skill check. Screams of an Angel's Unwritten Destiny, which I just love as a title from the storyteller.
I think my video got scooched over somehow.
Did it?
Face off against an eldritch
it did.
Before their way home closes for good.
Oh, this is funny.
Wait, is this game real? I don't want to get underway. Multiplayer gameplay.
When he says "Let me be," tell me it doesn't sound like Danny Elfman in my remember.
When you're in the know, fifth player GM now in the memory. Tabulating scores with the lightning in the core game. Used to be a tabletop, now it's on a PC. Freestyle rap D&D, that's Steam Heat. Breeze past details straight into the action. Got new players into rap with a passion. Blast through con after con interaction. Pull through family to fight with faction. Picker in the group, entertaining an attraction. Might be the magic when a demon wanna catch it. Fight with the power from the spectral realm. Rap, well, it's only you gets the powers ahead. Check your skill. There's magic in the mind. Check your
This dude can scream.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now that you know what the game is, watch as the face flip upside down to believe it. Seen with incredulous high as every rep in the mind becomes the reason that your crew's still breathing. Using that home mic, watch an enemy life be ticking down like the bars you're full of. You scream and you laugh, you snatch the wool off. Each product every well timed hook you pull off. How much you done in the campaign today? They on the run while they old false gods away. We wouldn't let them out the way with the plane we stay.
Right.
That's the difference between the time that you find and make.
All right. Josh, we'll start with you this time.
Project Zero is in the chat. He was saying, y'all don't even know. He sent like seriously a 4-minute take of just variants of this that were all recorded in one shot. That's wild.
That is out of control.
I didn't expect this at all from this team. Because they came with a full-on like Broadway love ballad last round.
Yep.
That was, I wasn't familiar with this vocalist, so I didn't know what their range was. So this took me by surprise. It was a pleasant surprise. The mix is a little crowded on this one. It's thick. It's hard to hear through. The kick kind of sounds like it's out on its own, not really part of like a drum kit being played by a drummer or like an idea of a drum part. Something about the bass, I think, is making the guitar feel like it's kind of claustrophobic, but I think that works for the guitar. I think I saw Celine say the guitar reminded them of Republica, which is the on the rooftop, shout it out, baby, I'm ready to go. Very, very like mod 90s kind of like Riot Girl pop, distorted guitar. I like that vibe. That was very cool. Felt a little kind of Cell Dweller, which I feel like a lot of Project Zero has some of that energy from like Crackdown 2 soundtrack. I would like to have heard the vocalist do some more melodic stuff with a scream timbre, because that's money. Just hitting that one note over and over, it started to get samey, and I don't want like a scream that money to start to feel samey.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Ronin?
Well, I know the Paladin, and I know from experience that, the Paladin definitely goes above and beyond with all of his takes that he does. And it's kind of ridiculous to the point it's like, Jesus. And so, like, when he started off with the singing one, I was just like, wait until they see just your regular shit. It was like, it's not your final form kind of deal.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
knowing what was coming.
Man. Right, and Zero is just an amazing like producer.
Facts.
It's not fair. It's not fair at all. This was a thing that happened, and they created like this freaking Megazord. But yeah, I will agree that there's a lot going on in this track.
Yeah.
If I have to say if one negative thing other than the million awesome things I could say, Skull Chicks is an actual freestyle campaign that me and Paladin created. And he like blasted me on text and said, "Hey, you got dibs? You got dibs? Because I want it. Because I want it. I want it. Can I have it?" And I was like, "Yeah." So it's definitely you can tell the passion in his in his lyrics.
As D&D nerds, all of us three being people that Twitch stream D&D, you gotta love that. As like sort of your influencing information. I pretty much agree with, or I very much agree with all of the feedback you've both given. This is an awesome second track for this team, because it's like, oh, we did this, now for something completely different, we did this very different delivery. I agree. I think Ultra Klystron said it earlier in the chat. I expected the front end, the check your skill, to be like a posse scream that I would have expected layers.
That's funny.
I definitely agree that would have added some depth without necessarily having to change tone, especially if it kept getting bigger as you kept hearing it. So by the end, it was just an army.
You could harmonize different chords behind those notes to make it feel like it's not just the same note.
That being said, like that's really trying to dig for criticisms on a song that just feels good to listen to and is exciting and like energetic. One of the things I'd like to say because of Project Zero on this is that VPC is great in nerdcore because it really lets you hear how some of the regulars over time have just gotten so much better at their craft. Not me, but like other people have evolved really well in this. And if you were to play this song for me 6-7 years ago and be like, yeah, you know, PZ did this, I'd be like, what? No, not at all. This team is so, you know, like this is why I love this, because yeah, you can have the artists that you follow, but you can only follow so many of them like thoroughly, and you'll get songs and you'll just be hearing them in that moment. But since VPC is about listening to songs and judging them and then thinking back, and if you've been doing it for years, because we're now almost at 10 years of the VPC competition happening.
It was 2011.
2011 was the first year, so we're hitting that 10-year mark, right? And so a lot of the artists in VPC 1 and VPC 2, we're over a half decade to a decade from when they started submitting stuff. In my case, I've clearly gotten worse. I did much better in the first VPC. But other artists have definitely evolved and grown, and it's just nice to see. It's nice to...
Didn't you finish in the top 5 in the first VPC?
I did. That's why I'm saying I got much worse. I got much worse over time. I've never been as good. No. It was an easier comp. I'm gonna just fully admit it. It was easier in VP. There were also no judges, so like it was way off the rails. Josh posted about that earlier. It was all community vote, so it was kind of way off the rails. But
it wasn't even community vote; it was community ranking.
Oh yeah. You had to send in your description. I forgot completely your description of people having to send in a rank
at work.
Truly.
Yeah, we were talking in chat with PZ. I know what it's like to have to have a bunch of great ideas that you want to execute on and just not have time before the round is due. But also it's weird to try to speed up that process of having the good ideas. When I'm working on a VPC track, I'm probably listening to it like on essentially loop for 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, maybe, just because you need to process it that much to get through all the stages of learning and understanding and hearing a song and experiencing it till you can start to find it'd be really, really cool if this thing happened, the 200th time you've heard this narrative of the song move from here to here. It's like, oh, this could be a cool, that could be a very intrusive experience on your mental health. So
it's like moving to a new house, and you're like, oh, I got to find the lay of the land, and I got to get familiar with where am I going to go get groceries in the morning and get it. You just need to live in the song for a little bit in order to flesh it out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, but great track. Let's get to what is this? Skull, the Southern Demon Nerd.
Mm.
Ooh, this one was good. I've been liking this team. I wasn't familiar with them before. I'd heard some of their individual stuff, I think. But yeah, this team caught me by surprise. They're bringing some fire.
Mm-hmm.
Pay to play or pay to win, I pay some sense to sense the difference. Spend hours, days, weeks, months. Shit, I got years invested. Been at this game since beta.
Some of my favorite drums this round, I think.
I get my kick from this shit. It's every day.
I like all the little digital bug sounds floating around the beat. So this is such an effective flow, but I don't question it for a goddamn second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the boss battle, bitches. Bring about your bestest boss. Let's butt heads in these trenches.
It's so earnest.
Takes a lot of time to temper truth and foster friendship. Find phone and fake and fabricated fallacies fermented as fuck. It's the boss battle.
If you can say something like that and get me to believe, you're doing something right.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Very pretty hits home and anime girl don't know me. Final encounter, choose your adventure and bring you home.
Oh, okay, all right, savor this. We have the trifecta of hell coming up next.
Nope, I'm not even listening to that part.
That's the place to stop.
Yeah, I want to end it with
That was a bit of a Jesse D flow, Carl said. Ultra class.
Yeah, it was. I gotta say, I'm gonna start this and then we'll lead into Ronin. I gotta say, because I'm inspired by your not just vegetables kind of vibe from your stream yesterday, Ronin. This is an example of like keeping a really kind of almost low-key delivery, but putting enough flavor into the words where you can feel that they're like, there's a deliberate energy here and I'm creating it with my tone, even though I'm not going hype. It is like at no point do I feel like they're getting intense, but they have just so much like they have so much languish on their language that it's just so satisfying to just like listen and bob your head through.
This rapper is Arby's fries. It's like 80% seasoning, but that works sometimes.
Yes. I like this group because it's refreshing because you don't get this cadence and this kind of for lack of a better word, swagger in a lot of the other competitions. I tried to do a Southern cadence in last VPC, but it didn't work out so well for me. But like I want to see more of this kind of thing because like that Southern like drawl and like that like it's
stretchy,
what you said,
bouncy.
Yeah, it's flavor and it's like it's so playful and like you're not.
It's like chewing taffy.
Yeah, you're not looking at your clock at this song and being like, when is it over? You're like, oh, it's already over. What? Yeah. There's some songs that are the same length that you're like, oh, okay. These are a lot of words, but this is like it's effortlessly like easy to listen to.
Yeah, it's a good, fun song that you enjoy before you have any idea what they're saying.
Yeah, you don't need to understand any. If this was in a foreign language, it would feel it would feel the same, and you'd like it the same. And then on top of that, all the language that they use, all the writing the vocalist chose, just fits with the delivery so well up until we get to the part that I paused, the alliteration, where it's clearly a little bit more like this doesn't go with this song style, but all right, you got to hit the challenge. That was
where they had to do their homework. Yeah, it's like, okay, you're doing your homework here. I understand. I appreciate it. But I had a thing. I was gonna say.
What's up, Taco Supreme in the chat?
Hey, Taco Supreme.
Yeah, great drums, like such a vibey production in this. I cannot get over how much I liked this track. Where I was just like, it was hard because I was writing notes on things, and it would keep coming, it would keep going to the next track, and I'm like, no, we're coming back. We're going back to this. I got more to say. I want to hear it more.
And it's important, especially with the round where it's supposed to be loopable, like that you want to go back and listen to it like more than once.
Yeah, that's hard to do when you're just when you're just like verse rapping.
Two things I want to say about this rapper. One, it feels like some of the bars, just like the cadence itself, feels like he's doing stunts. Like that's a vibe.
Yeah.
Lipping up the fire. It's like, I'm gonna rewind that back and hear that. Like I haven't heard someone do that. It feels like it's like some Festo energy. Festo from Souls of Mischief.
Yeah.
He was at one in '93. So I get said what sells what I do. It's like, whoa, you can rap like that now? Hold on. All right. 93 is going to infinity.
Yeah,
that was what I like. And I feel like this verse, that first verse, before, until it gets to the homework or the alliteration, it feels like as much an instrumental part as that contributing to this song as a lyrical part. I think that's cool. It's a rhythmic part. It's a melodic part. And then it's also a lyrical part. But I don't think it's necessarily like primarily a lyrical part. And that's cool. I think that's part of that Southern vibe.
Yeah, for sure.
We are skipping the next track because it's the Crown Jewels, and I will not give them playtime.
You. Weirdly, even that one was less unlistenable than the other one.
Yeah, but it does not matter. They do not get playtime on two Yoked Bros.
That's
I get what they're doing. I get what they're doing. I did it last VPCs or last VPC or whenever for like 2 rounds where I just tried to troll the judges.
Just sonic warfare.
Yeah, just not in the same way.
Children of Arkham.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Children of Arkham was exactly that. And if I was not me, I would have also skipped Children of Arkham songs. So we are gonna get to Streezy Toad.
I can vouch for that.
Swag Guild.
Being not
you. Yeah, right.
Character creation. Enter.
This one's gonna be weird. It's gonna look weird.
I have a soft spot for Young Stroke.
I know, right?
Oh man, decisions. This might take me a minute. Hey, what is this?
Hey man, you're like invited to like join the swag.
For some reason, this one always pops up in a new window, so you're not gonna see the little like name in the bar.
I'm in a guild and I haven't even started the game yet.
Oh.
This file is
about to deal some DPS, maybe melee, maybe range damage, make the mob say mayday. In the swag guild, you got 3 roles to play. Well, maybe 4. I'm at the auction house all day, hustling for pay, running for gold. While my swag guild G steady fighting in the fold. That's the damn zone where dragons grown. In the raid battle, we don't be swagging alone. Other guilds moan, swag guild put it down. Broke them boys off, they ain't even let us start a town. Anyway, back to the character creation. We had several sliders for skin pigmentation and hairstyles customization for miles. The character creation suite is so versatile.
Oh man, this game's legit. There's an absolute cornucopia of choices.
Choose the name, race and class. Suit up and go kick some ass. It's the swag guild.
Wait a minute, the swag guild?
Yes. These haters wanna hate. Cause swag is a passive trait in the swag guild.
You gotta give full marks to Young Stroke for trying to sing a melody in key to that wild chord progression. I don't know what that chord progression is, but it's got a weird kind of modal tonality. Is that Phrygian? Yeah. I don't know.
I don't think it's deliberately anything, but
well, yeah, erection produces by ear, so he's just feeling it out. But it's got a real unique sound to it. It's like, I don't know how I would sing a melody to that. I can't think of the scale. I can't hear it quite.
Especially, that's not his accent, is it? Is he was doing
So Young Stroke is a character. I think it's just sort of like a beefed up, steroided out codes version of sort of his natural code.
Yeah, if you
of a cartoonification.
Yeah, if you heard him talk, it's very easy to hear how that voice comes out of him. So it is an exaggeration of but it's not so much so that he's doing a complete voice. It's just sort of like, I'm gonna turn up all of the oddest features of my accent.
Highlight those specifically.
Just highlight those specifically. Yeah. So it's not actually that different than a lot of MCs. It just Young Stroke is so Nerdcore 2004, and it's hard for me because like generally when people do this, like other teams do this, it's like, oh, you know, I have a whole lot of assumptions about the kind of person that would do this. But in Young Stroke's case, I'm like, this is literally just like, feels very much like a guy that's just like, sure, I'll goof around and rap a little bit, but like, doesn't at all, like, I would assume he doesn't be like, yeah, I'm a serious MC and I take this serious. He's just clearly just like, I'm gonna do a fun, silly concept.
You know, he like manages a car dealership or something, and then just releases a rap song a couple times a year.
Listen, well, so like we were just talking about in the Southern Demon Nerd, right? Like just being able to like use that cadence and like and move your song. So I mean, it's not like. I mean, it's definitely the execution, like you can see the layers and levels between the two, but like it's still like something that's still like moving and has like a thing. I think that conceptually, I mean, obviously Swag Guild is like a very dated, very, very simple concept overall. I think that the chorus though is very like Bay. Like it's like I was straight up like shaking my dreads to Swag Guild because I don't know what it is about it, but it resonates in that area of like a jam. I don't know.
Yeah, something about the way that he brings another musical element that like sort of brings some like cohesive musicality to like with other elements, like it's playing with it. It ties everything together all of a sudden. And it's very, I don't know, it pulls your attention in for sure. There are several Young Stroke songs that I really like that years later I still go back to and listen to, and they make me laugh my fucking ass off, and I will blast them in the car. I don't think this is a very good Young Stroke song.
No, yeah, compared to some of his other ones, it's not. It's
that Young Stroke songs can have.
It's that the instrumentation isn't as dynamically silly as Young Stroke is.
The punches are there.
Yeah.
Young Stroke is 100% punches, and they're just aren't very. The punches aren't here. I don't know where they went.
I do love that we're really breaking Young Stroke.
We're analyzing.
Young Stroke opened his very first VPC song entry with the line, "Young Stroke, rap barbarian." Something, plus I'm big sword carrying.
Yeah, and
that's fucking funny. There's none of that energy here.
Yeah, and
there's none of that music. I don't know.
So I
wanted to love this song. There was nothing here for me though.
But nonetheless, thanks. I'm glad to have more Young Stroke in my life. All right. Speaking of silly teams, Spandex Moose. Mario Matchmaker. Here it is. Here it is.
Rafe says, wait, hold on. Ultra Class John said Young Stroke walked so Lil Nas X could run. And MC117 said, I feel like there's a slider somewhere, and all the way on one side is Young Stroke, and all the way on the other is Huggin' Dudes. Powerful statements.
Strong statements. All right, Spandex Moose, Mario Matchmaker.
Woohoo! It's me, Spandex Moose!
The warble, the voice tremble on it. Woohoo!
Getting in my groove, I assume you're thinking it's all PG, keep it on a silent. They're trying to keep it hush, dude, just like Clinton. Baby Mario, Luigi, baby Daisy Peach. There's gotta be some freaking going on beneath the sheets.
But can we listen to this? Because it's like, it has the only good part of the song, which is when producer says, hey, it's kind of sad.
Where is this game?
Yeah.
No more Paper Mario, now we're using rubber. On Toad's Rocket Joe, not trying to make mud. We're not even getting to the milestone yet, cause you slip, slide, ride, make my dry bones wet. You can pick and choose down a big boost horn. The keys are in the bowls and it's on like Kong. There's gonna be jungle hijinks, switching Ava. We're making mistakes in Mario's matchmaker. Mario might make you moan. Bowser's got a beast below. Peach is playing ping pong, but Donkey Kong's dong. Don't do no wrong. Mario might make you moan. Bowser's got a beast below. Peach is playing ping pong, but Donkey Kong's dong. Don't do no wrong.
Joey Z says, I feel like every time I hear this, I'm sick for the first time.
Always playing by itself, and I'll give you one.
Gotta get to the skit.
Playing ping.
Pause for a second. I just need to talk to you about the song.
Yeah, no worries, man. What's up?
I wrote this kind of like fun, kind of jungle.
Yeah, I like it. Sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
It's
this?
turned really sexual.
Yeah.
What's this bit here?
Yeah.
Treat me like Yoshi and I'll be swallowing your legs.
No, it's not like what's coming out, but it's like his balls, I guess.
Yeah, that actually doesn't make it any better than cum.
Yeah, no, the song just kept getting away from me. I just wanted to make this nice Mario.
Genuinely a great skit. Genuinely a great skit.
That skit is very good.
Yeah, absolutely.
It may be the only good thing about the song.
Have you ever seen what's it called? Whitest Kids You Know?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very much like they had these skits that was like they were like presenting a show. They were like, yes, check it out. And they're like, no, but what about? Yeah, it gave me those vibes.
Yeah. This mix is tough to hear through. Like there's some cool stuff going on. That pan flute melody is very. I mean, well, first let's
the weird little flute.
Yeah, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The rideable rhinoceros friend in the room. This is a Donkey Kong Country beat, 100%.
Yeah.
And it is a Mario song that just like mentions Donkey Kong's dong. That, I don't know. I feel like they could have done something.
Does the lack of
why is
canon?
This Donkey Kong song?
Yeah, what
there
does
are so many
the
Donkey
lack
Kong
of cohesion
characters. There are old ones, sexy ones. Like
there are sexy Donkey Kong characters per Klopfenpop.
Candy Kong. There's literally they literally made a Donkey Kong in a swimming suit.
Yeah. Ronin, what do you feel about this song?
I feel like, I mean, obviously this is not like your serious, like,
no,
tonally at all. Like if you. The way that I take it, I take it as like what it is. It's laughing at itself. I kind of just like when I hear it, like it makes me want to dance around like a Muppet, like just flopping my head. Because I kind of like, okay, let's
yeah, it's got some Muppet vibes for sure.
Yeah. But like, I mean, I feel like technically I don't see anything wrong with what was said. I mean, obviously there's, like. What am I trying to say? The execution of it. I feel like he didn't like mess up. Like he can rap. He knows what he's doing. Why he's doing it is, that's something inward. In the end, yeah.
So Spandex Moose is a comedy group, right? And so they're going to be loose on every track. This is one of the rare times where the more I listen to this song, the more I actually like it. When I first started, I'm like, no. And then I listen to it again, I'm like, all right. And then now,
I think the answer there is you just need to stop hitting yourself, Steve.
So here's my take on this. Josh is absolutely right. There's some production troubles that make this harder to listen to.
Honestly, not huge compared to a lot of the tracks.
Yeah. The second big thing is that I really almost wanted them to go for musicality on the hook. Because I feel like if they put a ton of extra, like if they'd really sung it, if they really sang and really did like a cool, so like, because then that also would have further contrasted the verse of the songs, the verses in the skit, and it would have been almost like a hilarious moment where it's like if the hook had really nailed it and been like this musically pleasant thing to listen to in this really, really ignorant song, this really like just goofball song, then it would have been the ultimate. Then it would have, I think, elevated it from where I actually scored it, which is like a 6-ish out of 10, to like almost like an 8 or a 9, because it really would have punched through the joke.
You're giving those points out, aren't you?
For this Spandex Moose one, For this Spandex Moose one, I don't know why I like. Maybe it's because it's the kind of song I would have done years and years ago. A bunch of like crash jokes.
What the ping pong thing is? It's got to be like something with balls, right? Peach is playing ping pong, or is it supposed to be like she's nowhere around? It's just the boys today.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, there's so many ways that you can like dissect that. Maybe it's just like a mini game where she's just off in the corner, literally playing ping pong.
I thought you meant interpreting the ping pong line as its own mini game. It's an Easter egg.
I mean, Blood Ramen said enough in the chat. We will what it is in the chat. We'll move forward. We're gonna move on to the next track.
I should have caught that.
No. Let it go. Let it just happen away from you. Let's go on to this next track by relatively unknown and unremarkable Duck Hunt 2: Waterfowl. Great title. Sloths, Dubs, and Ronin. I tried to say that without spaces.
In the last 3 rounds, and you beat the game.
Okay, sure. I mean, I don't know why you said it like that, but yeah, what's the worst that can happen?
In these rounds, the ducks shoot back.
Okay. First of all, you can step back a little bit. Your breath is hot. And secondly,
step back.
There's been a lot of shooting games since Duck Hunt, so I think I got it covered, guy. Take cover behind the blind, lock and reload. Seen the pattern 100 times, still don't know where they go. Take a beat to revive more as the infantry comes through the lake shore. Toss a grenade to space out the parade, then let the gun play. There's a million ways to go, but it's unmistakable that you're more than capable to get through the first round. But the second wave already knows that you're coming. There's nowhere to hide when they know where you're running and gunning down every lame duck in a suit. They're aiming to die, you aiming to shoot. Miscounted your rounds, you're letting some loose. Living the dream, shooting the beam. You press your gun to the screen.
That switch to major tonality right there is so dope. It lands every time.
Gonna play foul, then we run in the play to mutate too late. Gonna tuck you away. Yeah. The one on the hill, running the bill, got ton of the skill, never put in the run of the mill. Drake flow, tried to bury the plot, I parried the shot, carried the flock, never bet the weapon was a safe vote. Population control, that was a scapegoat. Got your dog in the fight, better stay close. Cause if I catch you alone, it's off with your dome. Gonna push you off a cliff just so I can hear the bass note. Murder most foul, now you think you're golden eye. Don't act totally spy, you're totally fine. I'm totally lying, you're pointing your gun willy-nilly in vicinities like nobody's dying. Well, I'm sick of complying. You're the only one headed south when I shoot in a V formation when I come with my troops. My fury's unbridled and I fight for survival. Vengeance is only rivaled by the untitled goose. Living the dream, shooting the beam. You press your gun to the screen.
Untitled goose, shut up.
Aiming at me. All I just wanted to be, but there was a gun in the way. I was just running away.
Please get that gun.
Ducks have hands and weapons now. Hands
steady. I have to pause it, even though I just want to keep, because like. Okay, I'm gonna. Josh, you talk.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it took until like my 12th listen. I was cleaning the car. We were going camping this weekend. I'd taken out the floor mats and knocked all the shit out. I got the shop vac out of the garage, and all of a sudden, the vacuum's going, and the only thing that I can clearly hear in my head is just. Ducks have hands and weapons now. Ducks have hands and weapons now. And I just start singing along. I'm like, this goes so hard. Ducks have hands and weapons now. And I was just like, this whole time, this song that I'm listening through to the lead vocals and like unpacking layers. I'm like, damn, there's so much meat just like thick in these bars.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, just this whole meta narrative of context, just ducks have hands and weapons now. Ducks have It was so nice. It was exactly, I think, how that line is supposed to hit you. I feel like I got the exemplary experience listening to this song.
I can see the live music video that's a cut together of live performances of you doing this song, and then at the very end of the song is just a crowd of audience chanting back to you as the song comes down at the tail end of it, being like a bunch of people just shouting, "Ducks hands and weapons now! Ducks have hands and weapons now! Ducks have hands and
on screen on the stage has to be all GIFs with MS Paint arms and guns drawn onto ducks.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I can visually see how the song looks live, and it means that it's a very good song because it happens that way. I have a question for you. Because I deliberately played it to a certain point in the song, because I feel like this song just keeps peaking. That's what I like about this, is that the journey of this song is that as you move toward the middle of the song, it keeps rising up in like cool shit that's happening. Obviously, you kind of transition into the double, like you have the chorus tonal change, you have or like the major tonal change, then you have the double time that you so just like effortlessly bleed yourself into, where you're just like, and I'm gonna end a stanza in double time, and then I'm going to do a deliberate cadence until I really get into that continuous double time. And as Josh said, there's so many lyrics. I do have a question, or so many like good references and meat on that bone as you're doing it. I do have a question for you. Duck jargon, yeah. Did you? So the biggest, I'd say, criticism I have for this is that, like, I was looking for like pitch correction and auto tuning a little bit. Again, not something necessarily super heavy, but like on the beginning singing vocals. Was it a choice for you to leave that off and kind of leave it natural, or was it a time thing, or are you just like personally against a lot of auto tuning? Like what was that choice? Since we have you here,
it was definitely left out on purpose.
Okay,
for two reasons. There's two different reasons. One is, I mean, it would have worked better in the first bit, because I wanted it, like, I made it the first bit a little bit more wetter.
Yeah.
And so it gave like a dream type vibe to it. Then everything else gets a lot drier.
Yeah.
Like as it goes on. But I'm not good at auto-tune, and I feel like, I mean, just personally, I want to do my best. It's very much like Tyler the Creator, who can't sing for shit. But you just like, I wanted to express who I was without hiding behind the auto tune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I
mean,
go on.
It's to my own to my own fault. But it's just what I feel comfortable. My mask is not having one.
I commonly say
my mask is not having one.
That's a good quote.
That's like that Nickel Creek song. I hide in the spotlight. It's a great disguise.
It really is.
I mean, everyone has always said that Ronin and Nickel Creek are pretty much the same.
I actually quoted that in the second ever VPC Round 2 challenge.
Yeah.
At Nickel Creek song, weirdly.
So I have repeatedly said, when it comes to making choices of not cleaning up vocals, I'm like, sometimes it's going to hit, sometimes it's not going to hit, but here's the bottom line. If Jimi Hendrix had perfectly auto-tuned vocals, it would be weird and wrong. And so sometimes you don't want that. And I feel like I was just curious, because I was like, my mind was expecting sort of like that kind of modern R&B hip hop sort of like kind of low tone delivery, rather than sort of like the sleepy, what I call sleepy singing that you're doing there. And then as the song progressed, and like there was more like perfect melody matching and just like a beautiful harmony moment, I'm like, oh, that was definitely, like, that sounds now that was a very deliberate choice, rather than a we ran out of time, or we just don't want, we don't want to put figure out how to do it here. And I think that the choice long term is better. If at the beginning it had happened. I don't know if it would have enhanced the song enough for me, but the character it brings to the song. And so the only thing that my criticism would be is almost putting like some like front end proof that it's a choice delivery. Like really showing like right away to the listener, it's like we are deliberately doing this. I don't know how you'd implement that. I can't give you that note
I think
yet.
That's what Alfred was for.
Yeah, that's Alfred. Yeah. And if you're listening to this on like an EP or like an album, you're gonna be like, I already know that this artist is doing. If this is track 7 or track 4, you're like, I already know what the artist can do on other tracks. So let's.
That's a weird thing to think about in the VPC. How much of what you're doing with your track is geared toward the judges as an audience versus the perpetual listener as the audience.
Yeah.
If you're intending the VPC to be the release. It's always a balance to have to strike.
I'm a fully admit every VPC track that I'm submitting with Zilla this year is going on to an EP, of course, and all of them, as I had to explain to Zilla, these are all basically rough draft first drafts of what we're then going to do for the EP, because we'll have time and we'll have distance to listen to it and fix the parts that didn't work while we were trying to like make time to make it happen. And so so every song that I have will be different, like gently different to extremely different on the EP, depending on how much I train wreck the song in the round, because of that. And I'm fully admitting, I've joked about it, but like I'm fully admitting, like we're gonna add shit. I'm gonna make Josh do a bunch of stuff. I'm just gonna like dunk his head in a toilet until he agrees.
No.
Do it.
Do it. I already agreed. Dunk. Do
it. Steve, this is your fetish, not mine.
Do it, nerd. We do have to move to just the worst track of the round. Slater Kitty, which is My Cat Likes You. True cat lady vibes from Slater Kitty this VPC, and I love it.
I don't know if Vincent yells in the chat. I'm interested to see if they recognize any of the reference songs that we built this from.
Yeah.
Because we used a Swedish ska band as one of them. One thing I love about MC117's writing on this, there's this, the drum melody goes, and 117 writes that play, it's like, this is to life.
I hate pausing this track because there's so many movements to it that it's like, we haven't gotten to that part yet, though.
So wait a second, yeah.
And so I do recommend
listening. Said meowy meowy bass tones.
Yeah, they've been mighty Nyan Stones, real big cat.
Nyan Stone sounds like something you get if you drink too much green tea.
Yep. Tell me why, Josh, that you want to re-traumatize me with all of the bands that I played with in the late 90s and early 2000s with what I can only describe as a rubric for how to do ska pop punk. in one song. Like, it's such an exact delivery of this. When you were talking to me about this, like, how did you just, I know why you landed on ska, because you've been trying to do ska music for so long, convincing people let it be a ska track.
I've wanted to do one ska song for 12 years. Chris Federer, Double Entendre the Giant. I even had a beat sketched out, but it never happened.
Yeah. Can we? Yeah. Are you like a Ryan Reynolds with Deadpool, or more specifically like a what's his name? Jason Segel with the Muppets movie, where you just had this thing evolving into your head for so long that inevitably, by the time you actually got to do it, you're like, I know what this is. I'm confident I know what this is.
I mean, literally my entire creative life is based on just collecting little tiny moments or ideas that I love from different songs. You know, whatever it is, something about this moment in this one song, and just collaging those into new things in, you know, weird ways, and figuring out like all the kind of blurring and pasting that I need to do to contextualize it to work. And this was a lot of that. The bridge breakdown was based on, we were like, okay, we got to do something here. Let's go super chill, something. I knew we wanted to do this key change that was in the new Adam Neely video. And so I was like, all right, we're landing on B, or we're landing on E flat. Let's see what we can do. And I'm like, oh, that hook progression is the same as that one Madeline Peru song. And I just like played it on guitar. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. And I like just like mocked up this little thing of like this key change vocals. I was like, can we do this? Does this work? Is this anything? And 117, to his credit, was just like, I'm 100% on board. Let's do this. Yeah. I'm so here for this. It was, I think if there was like a moment where Jeremy had been like, I don't know, I would be like, you're right. Let's not do this. It's too much. But it all kind of came together.
It was spot on.
It was.
Ronin, what did you think of the song overall? Trash, I know, but
my biggest and most negative critique that I have about this song, and I mean this with all the love in my heart, is that it was right after mine. And I was like, fuck!
Yeah, there's nothing worse than when you're listening to a playlist and the songs bordering your song are like demonstrably like out of control. Good, and you're just like,
our teams are just like tragically destined to be alphabetically next to each other no matter what, and
forever.
Opposite vibes.
Completely
opposite
different
aesthetic vibes.
It
goes
like
from a whisper to a scream.
Genuinely, my only genuine criticism of this, and maybe I'm missing it in the mix, because it's such a perfect example of the music that it is, I want there to be a horn section somewhere in the song. And that's just about, it's like, Josh, why didn't you just play 3 different horn instruments? And then add that to the already complicated mixing of this track. But
it
like,
just wasn't time. We knew it was a matter of, I mean, I guess it was coming down to the wire. We actually had a conversation like, okay, so we can either do horns or we can do this, and finish the mix.
Yeah, and you were 100% right to not do the horns.
There's no wrong answer.
To get a clean, like a really clean mix, because that was a complicated song. MC117 kills it. Like, again, another example of listening to someone. MC117's always been fun in VPC, but listening to somebody that's just gotten so much stronger at their skill set over various VPCs, where I'm just like, this is just very top shelf vocal delivery.
Both rounds, day 2, day 3, I got a fully realized demo that just had like all of those wonderful melodies, all of that incredible wordplay, those dense lyrics, the whole meta narrative. Just, I don't know.
It's out of control. It's truly a great track. Absolutely. Like it's definitely a 10 out of 10. Like you're killing it in you're doing, and you're bringing strong rock vibes and rock genre vibes round after round. Are you skipping this round? I heard from a little you that you might skip this round.
Yeah, I ran myself into the ground getting this mix done, and I'm also job hunting, and we're going on like a 4-day camping trip this week as a family. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take this challenge didn't spark joy, so we're gonna go ahead and take a bye. MC 117 might still enter something. I don't know. We'll have to see. Never count them out of a good songwriting opportunity. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to sit this one out. But back in for round 4, full speed ahead.
Yeah,
we're pulling it out. We're just taking a break for mental health.
You're just like Goku when like he dies and goes to heaven and trains and comes back.
Yeah, but
I like that, Babylon. I don't know if you need you guys need horn players, but I play trumpet. That's why you got to get into these VPC talkbacks. Is that you'll just hear various people that are competing, and it's like, really wish we could have had this, and then you can just guest on shit. I can't. Again, nobody wants that. I have no talent to bring to the table, but other people like are dope and have skill sets.
I originally had I was trying to do chiptune horns. And I was like, maybe that could be the chip element. I'll do like cheesy chip horns, because I did that Mega Ran album where he had me interpolate all the sample based beats into chiptune versions, and we used Mario Paint trumpet to replace a sax solo, and I just transcribed it note for note, and it worked. It was really cool. But I couldn't get Mario Paint the samples to work. I couldn't reason to open. I was trying Link to the Past trumpet samples, and it just wasn't working. And I couldn't. I have a hard time arranging horns. I really want to learn to arrange horns better. But the only study I've done has been Alan Toussaint horn arrangements, which is all like New Orleans, Louisiana stuff. He did all like Alvin Robinson, Let the Good Times Roll, Down Home Girl, Something You Got, that kind of stuff.
Nice.
Hugh Laurie's album was all Alan Toussaint horns. So I've listened to a ton of ska, but I haven't really thought about composing ska horns before. So I don't think I had it in me to pull that out in time for this round, even if we'd had a good resource for it.
You ever listen to Rubble Bucket?
No.
I'd recommend them. If you're looking at horns, they do some really amazing stuff. That's a really good reference to
Rubble Bucket. Thank you.
Rubble Bucket.
Yeah, I was looking at a bunch of different. One of the things that I do when I start arranging horns for any track is figure out what horn combo I want. What horn combo I want. Because different like studios had different groups of players and different like ensembles, and different styles of ska have that too. And so I was looking a lot through the history of ska, and there's this group in Texas called Los Skagaleros that do a lot of really cool like labor-oriented like organizing songs, and they have like it's trombone and then just like 3 saxophones.
That's
I'm like, you can do that?
Yeah.
Damn, I need to listen to more Texas ska. This is dope.
Hell yeah.
Ska.
They're really good.
All right. Gotta get to the next track. Silk Road Runners, Perfect Husbando. By the way, husbando for me is a triggering word. I hate the word.
Shout out to Runners for figuring out how to do 2 completely different impressions, both of Lumpy Space Princess.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, it's my turn now to play Perfect Husbando. You just failed. Oh my god.
Just make sure you get past this spot this time.
I can do this. I will make the Perfect Husbando this time.
Baby, you need that perfect love. I think we deserve
Okay, that moment has my flag for worst tonal whiplash of the round. Switch from that skit to this song.
Oh,
As I acquired the ability to articulate, boom bass I breathe beat barbiturates. Calm creator in the center stage, develop dashing details to demonstrate. Enigmatic elegance to emanate. French fries for friends when I fetch a plate. Gearing up your language I generate. Hone to heal hearts, for heaven's sake. Initiating the indicated invitation, join my journey. Just be patient, you can drive, climb the cockpit. Ride to the side, it's kaleidoscopic. Every keystroke through the fiber optic is key to how I acquire knowledge. Learning to let go of last losers. Listen, I'm a lot smoother. I think we deserve each other. No, you didn't get a chance to design better men. Well, here I am. I guess this is what was meant by true love that you can refine from the inside. As he opens his intense eyes, notice me sent by. Memories, most magical moments. Never leave, no matter the notion. Open arms, you.
Okay, unfortunately I have to pause it in the verse, which is probably my particularly favorite parts of this, and also the parts I have the most criticism for. Josh, what do you think?
I give this my freshest new genre award. This is the song that most feels like it created a genre this round, which I always consider a compliment, and always something I collect songs that feel like I wished they sparked new genres. But this is really cool. I think I said earlier, it feels like a Chicago Juke remix of a Regina Spektor song. And I mean that with all the love in my heart. I love both Chicago Juke and Regina Spektor.
I could definitely see someone juke to this.
Yeah, to just stepping out on the sidewalk.
Absolutely.
Man, this is good shit. It's a weird song. That skit is terrible, and I hate it.
Skit's
but
awful.
I like the song. Yeah, it's got a cool vibe. I think it really worked well arranging around not having a snare. I don't think they just found a non-snare snare. They found a way to arrange that didn't need to use a snare like snares get used typically in hip-hop, and that's cool.
They didn't just replace it with snaps.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, though. At one point he said, the second line of the song is moon-based, I breathe B barbiturates. I don't know what the fuck that
That's because you're not hip, Josh.
You don't know about
the kids and the language of the younger generation.
Cool.
I don't. He could be older than you.
The parts of the lyrics where the words actually landed and processed in my brain felt very out of sync with the aesthetic tone of the song. But that was pretty much the only thing that I wasn't vibing with. This is a cool vibe. I like this. I haven't heard music like this before.
What about you, Ronin?
I mean, I definitely love the vibe. I like that get a chance to design a better man. Pause. Here I am. Oh, and then just the background. It's like, oh, it's so smooth.
Yeah.
It's so smooth.
I like when he says that he's very smooth in a very not smooth, self-aware way.
Yeah. That was very storytelling. I do think that they did kind of hit themselves with the alliteration. I think that they went too far in, because I know Raja, he's like the best freestyler I've ever met. And he has words for days, but I think that he should have pulled it back just a little bit, just so that he could have time to actually tell more of the overall story of what he's going for, instead of focusing in on the alliteration. Because we know you can rap, but get us pulled into the story. I feel like the alliteration kind of puts a barrier up a little bit.
One thing I remember running into writing early on is fast raps cannot be as dense as slow raps, meaning wise.
Yeah.
They need to. You can rap as fast as you want, but you can't really be communicating information much faster than rapping at any given pace. There's sort of there's a pace of communication, and if you get too fast, it's not going to work.
Yeah,
right. Absolutely.
It's tough on alliteration songs where they go hard. And my critique is the same as yours, Ronin. I feel like the alliteration really held them back. And because it's clear that they know how to flow properly. And I also agree with you, Josh. This very much feels like its own kind of style of hip-hop. And I saw people in the chat being like, I like this, I don't know if I like this and everything. I think if there was an album that felt like this, everyone would start coming on board. It's legitimately just because it's taking different pieces of hip-hop and rearranging them in a way that is unfamiliar, but it's not or unskilled, and with like pulling off the throttle on the alliteration a bit and just sort of like letting that song live where it is and ditching the front skit. This song would be a great intro to just be like, look at this unique hip hop artist and what they're doing. And if you could get an EP or an album with that vibe, you would end up being like the kind of person that people would show up repeatedly for shows because they can't get your flavor from anything else. And then eventually have people start emulating your thing where you can be like, oh, you can go like fast, you can go like a bit more technical and fast in the verse, but then real chill in the chorus. And if you can control your tone, it doesn't feel wrong. It doesn't feel like it was a full misstep. It feels like a real choice. And I think that that's very cool. The skit almost made me stop playing the song when I first played it, and then I'm glad I just obviously I let it listen, and I was like, no, this is good.
Every time I hear this song, it starts. I'm like, oh, I fucking hate this one, and then it gets a song. I'm like, oh, I fucking love this one.
So wait, I love this song. It's a good song. I just feel like I just wish that it wasn't in the confines of a competition.
I did
Maybe
this.
Maybe not this specific song, but I could absolutely hear songs with this vibe on the radio between like, you know, No Name and Logic and Chance the Rapper. Like it would fit. This vibe would go.
Yeah, it would go.
It's got that a little bit of like kind of Jacob Collier, Kimbra hyperpop thing, Tank in the Bank. You know, a little bit of the like go-go vibe. I like it.
A little bit of a story in VPC 1 when they had an alliteration challenge, and they also didn't let the producers do anything but use live instruments, I want to say, on that challenge. I absolutely fell into the same alliterative problem where I did the alphabetical alliteration, where I was like A, B, C, D through the alphabet, and I did it fast too, and so I literally made the same exact mistakes. And the only thing that saved us is that I was doing a Space Country song, and Lex Lingo, who was at that time sketch.
MC117 chat says, "Out here in the middle of nowhere."
Yeah, that's the song where I just put on a Southern accent.
That was like your like. Yeah, it was like a weird Citizen King vibe.
Yeah, it was out here it was like, in the middle of nowhere. Kind of relax or little or no care, like that kind of that sort of high pitched, high nasally tone country, and like the verse absolutely ruined that song. Like if I had just leaned into this being like a kind of a slow, almost like dangerous Appalachian delivery verse, and then this like fun bouncy chorus, it would have been better. So fix the song in post. Put it on an EP, and just
let me produce a song on that EP, please.
Yeah, please.
I'll definitely buy it on Bandcamp for sure.
Yeah,
that's the rating.
Buy it on Bandcamp. Next is "Lost" by Sean Solo and Lex Lingo. Give a listen. I'm sure Lex can't sing through an entire track. That's not what he does most of the time now.
This would probably be a pretty low-key track.
There was nothing you could have prepared for. Like how do you kill those you care for? And what you have, what is there to be scared for? Though I am not prey they can hunt down. Moving so long, feeling run down. Gotta find somewhere safe by sundown. I don't wanna be there when the horde come round. And I'm lost in the dead of night, just trying to stay alive. I say we have a chance when I the end, I'm all out of options. Down to my last, I've been here before, to be honest, too often. Trust is a thing of the past, now all I can count on is losses. And time just been moving too fast, so I'm paying them back when the shot hits. A book on how to kill a friend. I haven't slept in days, having trouble with my temper. Hit him with a headshot, hope you don't remember. Everything I love now, lost in the embers. I will not surrender to my fear, but I cannot let my guard down, cause they are always near. The city tries.
Yeah, I gotta pause it because time, but
yeah.
Ronin, what do you think?
That's like what one single tear sounds like. It's so good. It's I could write a book about how to kill a friend. What the? That's the stuff that I want to write. Not how to kill a friend, but like just like the layers of meaning and simplicity, and just like how it's just all broken down. Like you start coming out of the gate swinging. You go really low, and then you come and you hit them really hard. And that's what a zombie thing is. And then on top of that, you have like these, like the zombie chorus in the background. It's just, I like it. It's good. It makes me feel.
Josh?
Sorry, hit me next.
Okay. So... no, like anyone that's listened to Lex's music knows that he can deliver great things. In the chat section, if I were to go back, there's something about it always feels like Lex Lingo's doing music where he's got something incredibly important to tell you, and you need to be listening. That's his vocal tone.
That's the vibe.
That's
the most accurate thing anyone's ever said about Lex Lingo music.
Yeah, and so
not just his music. I feel like his voice is
his voice just that's just the way that he sounds, and it's very enthralling as a listener. I love the harmony work on this. Of course, me, Steve, loves a quadrupulous vocal, as MC117 coined it, where it's like, give me 4 vocal tracks stacked through everything. And yeah, just the layering, the background vocals, the movements, it all just like relatively works for me. The different takes on how to sing catchy shit on top of this is it's like a tour of, it's like I could have done these 2 parts and that would have been enough, or this way and that would have been enough, but I just sort of journey with this track into different like movements of how to sing over it, and it's just fantastic. Josh.
So this song feels like it feels like every round there's one track that feels like it's the one where they really ate the vegetables of the challenge and pulled it off. Like this was the don't use a snare. And so for the entire verse, it's utterly a cappella. It's only vocals driving the rhythm. And they're using really clever stuff like trailing effects, delay to like imply rhythm, and just letting Lingo's voice ride it. I think that was really powerful. That feels like one of the things that should have been done in this round, and I think they did it well. And it feels really fresh, and it feels dynamic and creative and valuable. I think it's really well done. That's pretty cool.
I will say my big criticism for this, I hate the gun noises. I just hate them. The cock noise, the gun noises. I don't mind it when there's a whole
noises and explosions in this round, and this has got to be the least creative use of them.
Yeah, no, I don't hate them in other songs. Yeah. It's this song specifically. I like the cacophony of guns when they do like a lot of shooting. That's fine as a break. But in the first verse with the cocking that was happening in it, I was just like, I don't need that.
Oh, I'm exactly the opposite. I didn't.
Yeah, I kind of like that one.
Was like. Because I will never think rhythmic gun cocks are not cool. I don't know why. But I think when it was just arrhythmic and sounded like sound effects of a battle, it was just like, oh, I've heard so many interesting ways that these sound effects, probably exactly the same ones, have been used this round. That was a little boring for me. Yeah. What were you going to say, Ronan?
I like the gun cock because like it was the build up, right? It was that tension, and then the gun cock, then the release was the explosion of sound, and that was like the bullet that fired, and I that's what I kind of got from the first one. The second one, like they didn't use it to the point, like if they had like 3 in there, I think that I counted 2.
Yeah,
but
it's 2 in
when
the first verse.
Yeah, when they had just the guns firing, I was like, how many guns? Like I started thinking about how many people are in this room? Who's shooting? Like, that pulled me out a little bit.
Yeah, maybe if it had just been 1 in the first round, I would have been like, this is fine. First verse. You heard it here first, though. 2 Yoked Bros exclusive. Klopfenpop, pro Second Amendment, pro gun rights. Loves a cool. All gun cocking sounds are cool. Get your guns per Klopfenpop. Get your guns out.
For beats.
I mean, to be fair, the first place gun rights get cracked down is on communities of color. So,
I mean, in a way, we're joking, but in a way, until guns come out of cops' hands first, don't pretend. Don't pretend.
No, that's literally what Duck Hunt was about.
Yeah, exactly. Guns come out of guns can. I'll support a lot of gun control laws the moment that they apply to the police first, and then the communities that the police are supposed to serve. Then I'm like, no, on board. I'm like, yes.
On a lighter note, I can't wait until the troubles are over, and there are people I see in person besides my partner and child to whom I can actually just randomly say, "This is a song about a game about hunting game." Or this is a song about a game about a sport about hunting game.
Yeah, this is a song about a game about a sport about hunting game.
Because I want to just randomly say that to people in person.
Oh, I forgot to say this during your track, by the way, which I did want to say, Ronan, during your track. Your track is a great example of how to couch really humorous content in a really intelligent track. In a way that a lot of comedy rap, like I was fine with Spandex Moose, but like they're not being clever.
Energy in that, to be honest.
It's not subtle. It's
very and it's something that certainly MC
and it's got feelings.
And it's certainly something that MC3PO tries to make happen to Death Star and I ruin. But
No, I definitely felt that as recognizably Death Star energy in that Ronin track for sure. Like I heard that.
I'm sorry, I didn't want you to be attacked.
I was like, this is really like well researched and like hella smart energy, and it is super goofy, and it has some intense feelings that it is communicating to me, and it feels like Death Star right now. And I'm
truly insulting Ronin as he guests on us. And like, this is the man who's like, you're not Whitney Houston, you don't have to be. And that is the greatest compliment I've received as an artist. And
I was telling Steve that Ronan said on the chat the other day that he saw Death Star live once, and they just ripped themselves the whole time, and he was like, "Oh, you're great. Stop hitting yourself."
Yeah. The whole time, after every song, he's like, "I'm sorry, we suck."
Yeah, essentially, terrible. We are the worst. We are the worst uncles in hip hop. In nerdcore.
It's only because you say you are.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You've seen me live. I can't even stay standing the whole performance. Let's get to another like a high expectation team following Sean Solo and Lex. Sailor Doom.
Oh, okay. This is the one I was talking about earlier. When he says, "Let me be," tell me it doesn't sound like Danny Elfman singing as Jack Skellington. big
heroes. Did you miss me? Are you ready this time?
Pray to anyone you want. Halls of this cathedral ring is hollow as the followers of gods who call me evil. Matters of opinion, tell me, did you stop and honor every murder of my minions as you spilled their blood like water? Call yourselves the heroes, seems to me though you're no pacifist. So come on, make me bleed, let me be that final catalyst that activates your destiny.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Let me be! Remember you're the enemies from other points of view. Gathered crystals, mastered focus, faction rituals, slaughtered hopeless keepers of forbidden knowledge. I'm the one who suffered all this. We'll let history decide who is wrong. Just remember it favors the strong. There's no measurement in this galaxy. The sun, the moon, the stars. To calculate, quantify, or contain how infinitely, truly fucked you are. There's no measurement in this galaxy. The sun, the moon, the stars. To calculate, quantify, or contain how infinitely, truly fucked you are. You can try. Anything attack, deflect the back, so futile. Why even try, y'all? Put down the fireball and let me see you smile. I'm cold as Shiva with an open shoulder, raising hell over hell till the freeze is over. Gone blind to the fact that you should have turned back. Couldn't see the truth with the whole beholder. Chances down with the big beans, which means it's between abyss and abysmal. I flex so hard like I made a mithril. All trip, can't trip, straight magic missile.
All right. We don't get to their skits, which are amazing. Like, their talking stuff is so fun to listen to.
I still am not sure if I'm a fan of Johnny Hackenslash as a rapper, but I'm a big fan of Johnny Hackenslash as a voice actor. No question.
Agreed.
The mix on this song is difficult. You can tell that they were going for that big EDM feel, and they got it. Ali achieved it. It feels like a boom, 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 but that bass is washing everything out. I can hear there's so many details down there. There's so much happening.
I wanted to comment on that. The first time I listened to this, I just listened to it on my laptop speakers, and I had a lot of problems with the first verse because I couldn't hear anything that was like almost all of my notes once I put on even these headphones, which are not great headphones, as Josh knows. Headphone buddies. Even these headphones, which are not great headphones. I was like, oh, there is stuff happening underneath this, and I'm just missing it. And I'm not saying that everyone has to mix for laptop speakers or playing off a cell phone or cheap earbuds, but that's what a lot of people listen to songs on. So if it's absent in those,
it's good to check on mix on them.
Yeah, it's 100%. Good to check on and be like, you know what? Maybe I bring this up a little bit, and it might be, it might even like change the dynamic a bit on a better sound system. But if the clarity is there, it'll still sound good on that better sound system. It'll just sound better on these, or it'll just sound better than what it does sound like on like thinner speakers, which is what a lot of people at this point are listening to music on. Because earbuds and just like computer speakers and stuff like that just don't have the width to give you that.
Yeah, one of the biggest mix issues I was working on for the longest time on our track this round was the guitar, the skanks, the on the verses.
Yeah.
These are my mixing headphones, and they're way too detailed and accurate. And so I was mixing them, it sounded great. On everything else I listened to, the guitar was just utterly missing. It just wasn't even there. So I had to literally I was mixing on, it was these, they're snagged. My $9 Sony earbuds with rubber tips on them.
Yep.
That was how I dialed in the mix on our track finally. I mean, sometimes you got to do it, you got to know what it's going to sound like when you're listening to it.
What do you think about this track, Ronin?
Yeah, I mean, no, I completely agree. I listened to it first on as some iPod earbuds. You can't see it in the camera, but yeah, and then I listened to my more studio headphones, and I was like, oh yeah, it's like discovering Atlantis. It's like, no, it's just ocean. There's nothing out here.
I gotta listen on these. I haven't tried. try that.
I will say this. One of the things I desperately wanted to be, because I think it's underneath there, but one of the things I desperately wanted in a lot of like the melodic singy parts of this song is I wanted that octave up vocal in the background to punch certain things, like the moon, the stars, and like up there, like either a falsetto or just like a nice higher pitch if someone actually can sing in that range. And so, yeah, I'm hoping that in a final mix of this, Ali does a couple backups there to kind of punch some of those words.
I think I heard she did sing a whole bunch of Latin background singing in this. I think it might have got swallowed up by that bass.
It's tough because this definitely, like you said, it has that EDM. It has a very kind of like 80s vibe to the chorus delivery. And you are 100% right, Josh. Danny Elfman.
Big Danny
Elfman energy.
In a great way.
I love Hack and Slash's rap. And sometimes I get a little upset if he doesn't do like the thing that I know him for. I do not.
I'm not familiar with his catalog. Send me like the best 3 Hack and Slash
you won't
songs.
like them because they're in a style of rap, the delivery you don't like.
Okay.
But the things that I like about him are things that you're not a big fan of. But I do think that this was an excellent like wholesale delivery and a good evolution for what he does into like a great theatrical category. And I love theatrics in delivery. I think it's the coolest thing that hip hop does that only like power metal gets to do as a genre. Often is do that. Yeah,
because it's really cool and it's very good. It helps them stand out. It's really charming because they do it well.
Yeah. It's good track though. Excellent track. Let's go to Rad Labs Inc. The Dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Welcome to the final boss.
Okay.
The dungeon.
You have to listen to these hook drums and think too legit to quit because it sounds like the exact same drum beat. Same.
An endless endeavor, a cavern crawler, so savor the splendor. Amaze man, and it goes on forever. A dime drainer, and it couldn't be better. A dungeon delver, an endless endeavor, a cavern crawler, so savor the splendor. Amaze man, and it goes on forever. A dime drainer, and it couldn't be better. I love when the maps are randomly stacked with monsters and mazes waiting.
Here we go.
My tactics, torches fading, and the cave is turning black. The dungeon never ends, and I like it
like that because it's too legit to quit saying.
We're stuck on this train of an endless speed. A part of me knows that it's just a game. Another part of me knows that it's keeping me sane. And it's time to
that's like
I rely on this guy to pull me the right way. These songs tell me punting for the RNG. Found a shield.
I don't know what I.
It's RNG. Use a scroll to be told to fit or harm me. 420 to my armor. That's a pharmacy. Jump in the car into RPGs. We wander in the woods for the hard XP.
Okay, a little bit.
You have
those sword sound effects.
Your corpse is unreclaimable.
So yeah, that Joey Z statement.
I like sword sound effects in hip hop. More of that. Sample more sword sounds.
Yeah.
Ronin, what do you think of the song? I gotta collect my thoughts, so I'm just gonna throw you in pole position. What do you think?
I think, speaking from somebody who did Alfred, who had a very wet song, this was definitely. I felt like I was in a dungeon the entire time. Like it was definitely, maybe I don't know if they did this on purpose or not, but yeah, it was definitely like the reverb was strong in this one. I feel like delivery wise, it seemed like we were saying about like living with the song. I feel like it was something that they were reading, and they were trying to accentuate after the fact.
Yeah,
like they're trying to put in that punch after the fact, and not really like feeling what it was that they were saying. They were just trying to accentuate like certain moments when they were supposed to be said. And I feel like instead of like, you living in it,
Yeah, that's a bullseye of a target on what makes it sound like a polka rap. Is that they're putting their accents on. They probably did like a few takes, right? And then they're just like, okay, after they warmed up on a couple takes, they're like, okay, this and this and this, but they don't really know it, which is gonna happen in VPC. You know, it's a time constraint thing. So like, I give a little leeway for that on this one, because it's just like, you know, sometimes you can't get to writing your song until the day that you record it. And because of life or whatever, and you know, sometimes you just got to write something and record it right then. But at that point, you got to make choices. Like, do I just say less words? If double time isn't your challenge here, if you do alliteration or you have singier parts, my critique for this, my biggest critique, is that the singing at the beginning needs extra vocal layers that are lower to really enhance like the kind of vibe that they're going for at the very beginning of the song. When they start with their kind of like melodic talking, is if they had the kind of booming voice that was down here but then singing in the melody, I think it would have felt like the kind of classic, you know, Halloween Doom sort of like vocal take. And so I think that immediately sets sort of a mental thought in the listener that's like, something's missing here, and then it puts you on that while you're listening to the rapping of the verse, which means that you're hearing what isn't there rather than what they're trying to deliver. And so you really got to nail your front end of your song, or else you're going to make the listener more critical as they go through it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as a person who, like, obviously doesn't know all the ins and outs, I'm not a master of mixing or anything. It definitely sounds like there's probably a time constraint thing.
Yeah, probably.
And I just needed a few more. Like, I've been in that same predicament so many times before. Is why I can say it so accurately. It's like, I gotta finish this. I have it. It's here in my hand. But then saying it out. And then, and they could have like done a million takes, and then just like you mess up on that one part, and you're like, fuck.
That's me in the studio. Klopp can attest. I have a lot of speaking problems, which makes me a bad choice for an MC, which I think is evident when you hear me. But I have a lot of speaking problems and speech issues. And so,
same.
Yeah, and so when I have it where I've written it down and it makes sense in my head, but just getting it out, if I don't know it, it's going to sound exactly like that. Josh, your thoughts? You might be muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
Y'all said a whole lot of what I was feeling for sure. I think it feels like a draft in a lot of ways. The person recording is clearly trying to be remembering their lyrics more than trying to communicate the emotion behind their lyrics, and you can hear that. The snare, I think I said, what did I say in my drums review? I said the snare feels like the idea of a snare that someone forgot to mention. It's just like a little wispy that's there and kind of reminds you of a snare, but like it doesn't do any of the things a snare is supposed to do.
No,
it doesn't it doesn't hit and doesn't go. It doesn't. I don't know. But
it doesn't give you that it doesn't have that groove
unfinished
factor.
All right. We're gonna go to the next song. It's Boss Rush. It's by me and ZillaPerson. Feel free to take like a snack break or like walk away for a minute and a half. The SoundCloud doesn't even want to play it. That's how.
Oh man.
There we go.
Our journey starts with a town to defend. coming for my girl, but they never gonna hurt her. We have conquered creeps and tyrants, bloody battles brought us further. We have found the mastermind. Now it's time to fight with fervor. Boss rush, boss rush, boss fight. Boss rush, boss rush, boss rush. Ooh, they've swallowed the sun. The feelings ascend, but our fire burns on. Here they come to face us once more. The spirit of bosses that we've slain before. It's a boss rush, boss rush. Here we go. Boss rush, boss rush, boss rush. Traveled far with our misfit friend squad. We got some fish, now we're killing our god. Well, you might have been my maker or a brother and betrayer. I'm the prophesized protagonist, another word for slayer. You can serve up my accomplishments to combat this conveyor of the conquered, past, and perished with a wing and a prayer.
That's enough of that. It's enough of that track. Ronin. I'm not doing Rapfish, Sam. That's not a thing. The people on the internet don't know about Rapfish. Only people local to here know about Rapfish. Ronin, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I think you're not Whitney Houston, but you don't have to be.
I mean, it is the favorite. It's like my second favorite critique musically of anything that I've done, and my favorite critique of me as a nerdcore performer.
Yeah, but to be honest, like this is a perfect example of how saying less is effective. Like you're not polluting the track with a bunch of words. You're saying what you need to say in a very what's the word? Accurate. Like you're getting to the point, and you're giving the room. Like we were talking, like I was saying in the other stream. You aerated the beat. You allowed room to breathe, and that's great. On top of that, you were just like in the pocket the whole time. Oh yeah. So yeah, you were in the pocket, and it worked. On top of that, and it worked extremely well with the beat, which was really well produced. And I love there's a part where I was told that it was your voice, but it was down sampled, so it was 8-bit. Is that what happened?
There's one part in the proper chorus between the boss fights. That Zilla does one of them because I just didn't do it. I didn't plan that. I just forgot to put that in there.
There was one where I was like, huh.
Yeah, and that
sure that's Steve's voice.
And so that is Zilla. That is Zilla, but all the other ones, all the boss fight and here we go, and come on, and all that stuff, that's me doing those lines, and then Zilla bit crushes them down so they sound straight up like the boss fight and come on feel like they're straight out of a fighting game. Like they just do. And I'm like, this is amazing.
Absolutely.
Can we take a moment to appreciate how pitch perfect Zilla's voice acting was for that?
Oh yeah, in the skit at the end of the song, or in the third verse, if you will, there's me talking as the protagonist. Yeah, and what I did was I gave him 2 tracks, one of me talking as the protagonist, and then a bunch of me just sort of riffing on the idea of it, and then he edited that or changed that up, and then delivered it with his excellent voice acting. And it's because Zilla is a better version of me as a performer, and so the true end game of Zilla Steve things are that I'm not a part of them, and Zilla just does them. But it's just Zilla Persona. But Josh, did you have any feedback?
I'm trying to get back to the Twitch thing.
Let me see. You definitely need to cover "Always." I always will love you.
Yeah. No, I do not sing pitch perfectly. I use producers that are good at pitch correction. That's the key. I'm big about
so
because I sing like a karaoke singer, where I'm like, it's all right, and then that can be tuned into something pleasant, and that's why I send 5 or 3, 5, 7 parts of vocal harmonies at people, and I'm like, use what you want, whatever sounds good.
Starting to sound like Klopfenpop verse Fibonacci shit. I like this song. Like my one big like wish for it though is just like what you've already like before I'd heard it. You were like, oh, I'm gonna need you to do some like guitars and drums on it for the album. I heard it and I was like, yes, this needs one more level that it can kick up on the hook.
Yep.
And that is, yeah, I'm very excited for like that intro to, and then just like live drums kind of just drop in with those like flappy. Yeah, I'm excited.
And I just want to shout out ZillaPerson. I gave him those vocals Friday at 2 p.m. Pacific. And he had 16 different vocal tracks that he had to like figure out how they work. And of course, I bounced them appropriately from 0 and stuff, so he didn't have to worry about lining anything up or anything. And I labeled them logically so that he knew what each track was and what part it was for, and you could see it in the program. But it was Zilla being like I'm like, here's 5 vocal layers on this, here's 7 vocal layers on Boss Rush. I don't know if all of these work together. I have changed nothing about like the volume of them or tried to imply what the mix in my head sounds like. Do what you want, mute some of these if they don't work. And then I want to say he spent the first 10 hours of work on the mix down on just like polishing all of the singing to sound good. And then probably another few hours on just like doing cool stuff and adding his part. And he gave me his part, like, I think there was like 15 minutes between the version where it was just my skit version and the version where he had done his take on it. And I was like, this is way better. And then I submitted it at 11:57 p.m. Pacific. So yeah, I really put him under the gun and did not give him a lot of mix time on this one. And so it's definitely there, but I'm happy with it, and when it gets to its final form, I think it's gonna be good. And now I get to experience the same thing y'all get to experience with each other, where the track that either follows or precedes mine is Perfect Cell with Joey Z. And so like could not be more different vibes, and absolutely yeah, I'm just like, oh no. Every time. Let's listen to People Pleaser.
Here we go. It sounds like some Wu-Tang shit.
All the colors fade to black until you're voiceless. Time's up, we're the stains of all your choices. You tried to fit in their boxes,
it was a beat drop right there, though.
Body until it's broken, they all left you alone, and it's your fault. You turned every dialogue to ether, pressing the buttons, trying to be a people pleaser. You gave them everything they never asked for and more. So how's it over and there's no one here to meet us? When you trace your history, take a look back and notice all the things you didn't see, the options that you didn't read, the promises you didn't keep, pursuing all the favor had you acting superficially. You were trying to be the perfect person for a dozen different people, so you tore yourself to pieces thinking every piece was equal. You're screaming, how could they not love me? I gave them everything and got nothing, motherfucker, you were not lucky. Are you happy now? You thought you mattered, but they chewed you up and spat you out. The credits scrolling past you, how you casually meandered down the path towards the saddest route. What did you expect? What you mad about? As you watch the text descending from above you, take a second
those bars.
To reflect on why nobody
right
really
there.
loves you. Your lack of core betrays you. Your struggle to please everyone's undone you. You presented a completely blank puzzle. Who are you?
Okay, I got to stop it before the talking part, which is sad because I love the non-skit, just non-cutscene. It's so good, but
it's so freaking sincere.
Yeah, it's so good.
It hurts.
Ronin, thoughts?
Oh man, so you know how like you see a lot of rappers when they transition, when they're not hot anymore and they go into acting. And I always wondered, why is that? And then I see Joey Z, I'm like, oh yes, this is why. Like, this is a performance. Like, this transcends just rapping. You are telling the story in like the perfect way. And like,
yeah, this is dynamic delivery for sure.
Yeah.
It tells a story.
Yeah, where you have the one side where you're just reading the words, where the other side you are the words. Like this is what it is. I can't even explain it. It's good.
Yeah, there's a very, very little barrier between the emotion that I feel like Joey is feeling and the emotion that I feel like Joey is communicating. And that's pretty cool. That's always a really magical thing in a song.
Mm-hmm.
That beat knocks fucking hard.
Joey,
that drum mix.
I want everyone to know that back when we started working with Bill Beats, hearing how I talked, like hearing the sound of my voice, in Bill Beats' head, I would go, like in Bill Beats' head, his imagining of what I would sound, he's like, you would go to sort of like the Slick Rick kind of Dell voice, or you would go to a Joey Z style kind of delivery. And I, of course, like always, disappointed him by doing neither of those things, because I can't make my voice do the things. But Joey is so good. He is my every VPC I have an awareness of a situation where there's somebody who I know, who I've heard, and I'm like, oh, they're good. Like, they know what they're doing. And then, but I don't really, like, pursue that person. And every VPC, there's always somebody that's been the situation. Then I listen to them through VPC. Then I pursue them. And that's Joey, this VPC. From round one and this round. I'm just like, you are so dynamic and effective at being this like full open like performer, and it's just enthralling. And so I cannot compliment this track enough. It's so good.
Strumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his
exactly.
words.
Yeah, full on.
Exactly. All right.
Which one's up next?
This is Title Shot by Obvious Corruption.
Which one is that?
Title Shot. It's the sports one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Congratulations on Sports Track.
Yes.
Love how it intros, too.
Had a little bit of Devo energy.
Yeah, definitely.
It's time. Lace up your cleats and your mask, get it right.
I don't hear it.
You don't hear it? Did I stop?
All right. It's time to get hydrated. It's the title shot. It's the final destination. It's the title shot. That's right, baby. It's the title shot. I said
No, this doesn't feel like Devo. This feels like a Weird Al parody of a Devo song.
a force of nature with our talents combined. Dreamt of this since the day you were signed. This is showdown. It's time to throw down.
All right, Josh, what do you think?
This is a cool song. They came together. It's something unique. They did what they were trying to do. Critiques are pretty light. Mix could be a little bit better. The drums are super dry. I think it kind of contributes to the character of the song.
Yeah.
If they're going for a live band sound, though, that drum mix has got to get a little more active, get some layers in the MIDI velocity. I think the singer sort of pulls off the singing part. If he's pushing too hard, he's got a lot of tension in his larynx, and you can hear his throat straining. It sort of feels like, I think if Shane Hall did not have the well-developed vocal technique that he has, it sort of sounds like if Shane Hall was straining his voice singing. I don't know, something about it, something about the timbre.
What about you, Ronin?
I mean, it definitely. So I think there's another boxing song, and they're like polar opposites in the way that they attack it. Like this one is like 80s upbeat. You're gonna get it. Like yeah, you're getting there. This is like the Karate Kid kind of build up, kind of like oh we're going for it, we're going to win the gold kind of thing, and it really captures that momentum and it keeps you there, and especially with that yeah. I mean, how they sustain it, like you can tell, like does feel like it's a little tight, but it's not that they don't hit it. And I hope they didn't like kill their throat singing that. Like, because I know that there's been times where I would try to sing something and I was just like, oh no.
Yeah,
let's not.
I agree. I like this track. I don't know if I love this track. I might prefer live. Drums like Josh was talking about, just like a little thickening of the back work, only because there is quite a bit of energy in the vocals, and so it doesn't feel exactly like the vocals aren't as dry as the rest of the track, energy wise, and so I don't know. I don't know what I would suggest to fix it, but I think Josh's idea of going with a bigger drum sound, a wider drum sound, and something a bit more live sounding would probably pull me into the track more, or processing the vocals more and bring it more to the instrumentation, whether you do that in a very 80s style or whether you do that in a very modern new wave style. Either way.
Ultra Klystron made a good comparison to the Cars.
Yeah.
I think that's a good touch point too.
Yeah, the Cars would be a good touch point for this. Yeah. Good work, Ultra Klystron. Good work,
good
Chad.
synth work. Good melodies.
Yeah, good melody. Yeah, like overall the song's solid. I just don't know if it's a return to.
Let me see. Good call on the drops. I think, who was it? They said that they resubmitted it with a beat drop. Like, I guess there wasn't a beat drop at the... that's a good call.
Very cool.
All right, let's get to Restored to Default, Night City Glitches.
No show. Racco.
Yeah, make me look real cool. 27-7 don't wanna look like a tool. Get the stats up high and a patch on my afro dyed super bright blue. Not an ordinary RPG, so of course I gotta look flawless. G had some parachute pants and facial tats. Ain't no NPC gonna mess with me. Wait, blue afro? You really gonna wanna do that though? Hey, it's choice, but I gotta make a point. Please don't make me look whack, bro. Okay, cool. Where was I? Right, gotta make me a badass tough guy. Gotta stomp these fools with this fresh clown shoes and rocket feet so I fly real high.
Dude, your character's dope.
Clown shoes.
Wait, what? Huh?
Come on, kid.
Huh? Your
Listen, I
talking.
get it.
Okay.
You think this is funny.
I mean, it's
blue afro.
Yeah, but
no one is gonna think I'm tough with a blue afro.
Dude, you look pretty tough.
This is the future, not clown school.
Oh, what? Wait, what the hell?
Come on, base tat. Come on.
Oh, I see what you've done here.
No sir, don't like it.
Giving me that silly gear.
No sir, don't like it.
Thought that I had made it clear.
No sir, don't like it.
An avatar like that don't evoke no fear.
No sir, don't like it.
Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Wait, where's my foot?
Give it back my.
Give me back my foot.
Give me back my
foot. All right, Josh, what do you think?
I want songs with affirmation, which is what I call Afro affirmation.
Yes.
I'm not here for shaming colorful afros, comparing them to clowns.
Oh, young Josh.
That's not what's
young
up.
Josh with a beautiful afro.
I found out that there's actually a Jewish term for fluffy Jewish hair. It's loofah, comes from the North African loofah gourd.
Oh.
But yeah, a friend in high school told me that maybe I should use the word glow instead of fro. I was like, oh, that's an interesting point. I'm not Anglo either, but I shouldn't call it an afro, should I? But yeah, overall, this song was, I mean, I don't know. It, like 30,000 foot view, it's fine. But like when you're actually in there listening to it, there's some parts with some very discordant stuff. That chiptune sample, I'm not sure harmonically what was supposed to be going on there. It's a little muddy to hear like what the bass is playing, but it sounded like it was playing some melodies outside of the key. It sounds like an unintentional polytonality.
Yeah,
different keys happen at the same time. I wasn't sure what they were trying to achieve, so I'm not sure if I got what they were trying to achieve.
What about you, Ronin?
I think it was pretty clear cut. It's hard. There's a duality to it. It's definitely like comedy wise, it's hitting like my funny bone a little, especially Give Me Back My Foot. That was hilarious. I felt a little bit attacked just because of the way that I've done character creations, and I was kind of hoping somebody would do like this perspective. Yeah, and I think they did a good job in hitting that. It's like, oh yeah, this is a ridiculous looking man who's supposed to be like the most badass, or whoever character it is supposed to be the most badass like hero of the story. And it's like, what the hell, man? Give me back my foot.
I love this conceptual. I think it's very funny. I feel like this is a very cusp nerdcore song where number one, the vocals are mixed, the verse vocals are mixed, like he's rapping into an SM7B like podcast mic. Is very rich, very low, very close kind of vocals, which to me works with the song because it's kind of obvious they want you to hear the jokes and the punches and like the word fun. It's the chorus that falls apart for me, and the skit being a little bit long, where the chorus in this song, if the chorus really nailed a really catchy chorus, and I hate to say this, but you just have to rewrite the whole of the chorus. I think that could have brought this song into a song that I thought was funny and extremely listenable. And then I also agree, the discordant, like the off harmony or the non-harmonies of some of the melodic pieces added, because they didn't feel like really cleverly intentional, just took me out of it a bit. I feel with a little bit more work, and I can't phrase it any better than this, a fully different attempt at the hook for this. Both structurally, the language, just like all of it. A hook for this. It's not like a terrible hook. It's just, it falls flat for me.
Yeah, and, I do agree with that.
Yeah, and it's not exciting, and it doesn't have like a piece that I like groove on for the hook. If you can do that which is a lot for the hook, but if you can do that and kind of play a little bit with the instrumentation, the song, words written, the verse, the vibe, what you're trying to go for, absolutely takes this from a funny kind of nerdcore song that's not quite there to a genuinely funny, I can only exist in fringe indie hip hop type songs because of the nature of what the song's about. And so I think it's like 65-70% there, and with some significant chorus work, it could get all the way.
What's the song about? I didn't catch any of the lyrics. Songs tend to hit me musically, even the vocal elements, unless something like really, really punches out.
That's like my
just
dad.
Because I got that producer's ear.
Yeah,
I think.
What's it called? My dad was listening to that one song, "Beautiful Girl," the Suicide, that song.
Yeah.
And my mom was like, "What the hell are you listening to?" It's like, "I don't know. This is good." It's like, "Do you hear the lyrics?" It's like, "What?" No.
That's funny.
The song's just about how ridiculous characters can look. It's probably inspired most recently by Cyberpunk, but definitely by like what's the name of that game? That GTA style but funnier series. Shubs has a song about it. This is going to
bother Saints Row.
Yeah, or like Saints Row, where it's like either the abilities the equipment give you, or the fact that you're the player and you just want your character to look ridiculous, even though the narrative wants them to be a badass hero. And it's from the perspective of the avatar, kind of being like, "Fuck you."
Like, yeah, I didn't choose this. This isn't me.
I really play those games too much.
Yep.
I get more into platforms.
All right, let's jump into Aquaculture by Muscle Laughing Shrimp, or AKA Beefy and Tanner.
Ooh, yeah. Damn, this beat grooves very hard.
Come on, SoundCloud. There we go.
Welcome back. Now's your chance. To heed advice and get you leveled in advance. Yo, aquaculture is the name of the game. Yo, it's the title you crave, but another terrible character, I might just go insane. But that's okay though. Not about erupting like a volcano, but you never seem to listen, and I feel like I've been bitching, and I'm gonna teach you vision, and you can't say no. Invading info, innovative intro, incredibly incognito. You'll need your payment info, and you can't get that until you've grown at least to level 5. Can't spare a dime when you log in, immediately die. Hey yo, that's whack. Why you gotta build your guy like that? Got shrimp and prawns, gotta move along, and darling, that's a fact. We got that northern, got that white lake giant tiger prawn. Sea cucumbers, we got numbers, and they sing along. You run the fishery, the aquaculture nursery. You're not taking it seriously. We kinda need your currency, friend. That is to say, why not instead focusing on those late game stats? You focus more on the. No, okay, never mind. Hey, you should think twice about your stats. You took no point in traps, but your sex appeal.
I like the soft transitions they have. Like the transition is just kind of like the first start, but you don't know until Beef drops in late. That's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
I always like that. It's like, oh, you didn't know you were here already?
Yeah. Ronin, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I liked what's it called? The part at the end where the breakdown where he was like, click that shrimp. You remember that?
Yeah.
That, oh man, that brought the whole song for me. Like, why aren't you using your powers for good? It's like, I mean, not that, it's not a, like, conceptually, like the whole thing about like microtransactions and like,
yeah,
love the theme, can obviously wrap circles around most people. Like, I don't know. It was in the pocket. I feel like there was just one thing that was just a little bit missing, and I don't know what exactly.
I think I have an idea on it, and I think it's dynamics in the song. They have these soft transitions, like Josh says, which is great, and the beat has a real good like straight groove to start off with. But even though there are some changes to the production, especially in the first verse and the chorus, it feels like it's not evolving enough. And,
that's a good point.
And even though Beefy is, switching to double time, which double time for Beefy is like standard Beefy flow. Like there's literally very, like, in my mind, Beefy should have had to double his own double time, which would have just been like a continuous because he's very good at fast rapping.
Coming and going and looking and picking it.
Yeah, very impressed. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, a lot of the same things. I think that dynamic piece is really where it is. This is a great groove. It's got that Billie Jean vibe. It just starts groove and it doesn't stop. It's that boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
boom,
it's very much in that place.
You can ride that the whole way, or you can let it and kick up. Just tell me what I'm found.
Yeah,
you gotta get that beat section in there.
Yeah,
and really kick it to the next level, and then throw in a bridge, and we're good. That's a fucking hit.
If they make this into an EP, I'm all about it. I feel like it's perfect with accompaniment with other tracks, but by itself, like as a solo, I don't know if it stands out as much.
Yeah, it's commonly or recently repeats in my head that per conversation with Celine. Beefy is very much like one kind of flavor of rapper, but it's such a good flavor that you don't mind it, where it's like you're gonna generally sound similar track to track, but
I feel like this was stepping
a little bit out of that
over to the line of his wheelhouse.
Yeah, and
over to the edge.
Yeah, a little bit of that. And he has some songs. If you go listen to his albums, he has songs where he does do different things. But when he's kind of like, when he's in his comfort zone or when he's having to make music quickly, right, he's going to go to the things that he's more easily able to do. But that being said, even with the criticisms I have for the song, it's still, like Ronin said, fully listenable. In an EP, it would be fine. As one of Beefy's songs, it's a solid track, but it's not standing out in a competition of so much variety. And we also know that this team sometimes doesn't have that, or lots of times doesn't have that problem. It's on this one specifically. So I think that's what we're all missing, because normally dynamics are not a problem with Tanner and Beefy. Normally they're all about it. And so I think maybe it was deliberate. They were trying to keep it chill. And that's why on an album it would be fine, because it would be different than the other 10 songs that move around a lot in the production. Let's get into Click Who You Datin'. I love that Beefy and Kabuto are near each other, like super grandfather nerdcores, just like right near each other on the list. You gonna play? You gonna do it? Yeah, come on, SoundCloud.
So this is the character creation song for a dating sim.
Yeah, I think.
Alliteration, chiptunes, no
assuming it plays.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna refresh the page here. It's been struggling.
I was really stressed out when the round 1 came out and there was another person with Ronin in their team name. I was like, oh, and they're good. Oh.
Every time I see their team name, I'm like, oh, did Ronin change their team name? I'm like, oh wait, no, that's the other one.
Okay, let's try this again.
Click new, first pan down, take a 6 shoe. That's the foundation, maybe later do the fit too. New balance for rappers with huge talents. Cyberpunk type men, you know I'm picking dick too. And you know that he ain't got no chin, boo. Looking like Tintin do, what Nerd Women's is into. Never getting laid, he's too busy playing 10 shoe and calculating mathematics like 5 pairs is 10 shoes. Who you dating? Who you dating? Unlocking spicy pics and visual novel conversations. I play it for the story though, boo don't ever bacon. So a man compelling OC character is what I'm making. Who you dating? Who you dating? Unlocking spicy PNGs and even animations of daddy, 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 soon daddy maidens getting hella babes late and I ain't even leave my basement. Alright, let's get him for real. Gotta pick a body type, I'ma go with L. I'm hype and never chill, what's the deal? I'll give my man a unibrow, you know how I always keep it real as a bill. Motherfucker, I'ma take this potato man, turn him to a mill. Cause I got the heart and you know I got the will. Leave the save file to my fucking kids up in my will. Well, maybe not, that's kind of inappropriate still. Going down the list of checks, yes. Sex, yes. Body hair, maybe like a 7, but it's closer to the neck. You're impressed, I can tell, so respect. Head buzz with the beard and mustache, it connects. Okay, next. For the skin color, gotta install CSS. Or else the whole shit's hella pink and black checked. Thinking that next. Eyes blue, size huge, verse done, distro cut the check. Who you dating? Who you...
All right. Josh, thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good track overall. Listening to the whole thing, especially now that it's like my 12th listen through, the beat, it finds a groove, but then it just like camps on it. And that can start to get not campy, that's a different thing. It just starts to get a little repetitive when it doesn't have switch ups, it doesn't have many fills, doesn't have like a B section in the verse, doesn't go to like a 4 chord or something. I don't know. It like the groove it camps on is good, but by the time I've heard it looping for like the 30-second bar, I think it's less good, just because I'm more familiar with it. You know, someone comes out for 3 curtain calls. I don't think the show was as good as I did the first time I was clapping. I guess.
I think maybe in a way, like you think they did that because like it's a loop, and like so if it's on loop, you're like, wait, where am I in this song?
Yeah.
I can't pinpoint my location.
Yeah, I think they took the loop challenge. There's a few teams that clearly, we tried to do it too. There's a few teams that clearly took the, if this is on repeat, if this is fully looped, how does the song work out? right? Like, where am I in the song? Am I in a verse? Am I in a thing? And of course, the cutscenes
intentional about that.
Fully interrupt that. And I'm not like against this, but I feel like the cutscene shouldn't have been in the same challenge as the loop challenge because they break that flow 100%. But that being said,
a cutscene is not a thing. That has never existed.
That's why. The closest you get to a loop cutscene is that I think the reason there's a subconscious reason that a lot of people did boss fights and end fights is because you die in them and you have to rewatch the cutscene over and over leading into them. So I think that there's almost a subconscious urge when you're thinking about video games that if you're going to have a cutscene and you're going to hear it multiple times, it's going to be at a part that you die at a lot, which is usually a boss fight. And so, that being said, I'm not like angry about it. I didn't love it for this because I think a lot of teams did take the loop ability, which is its own challenge because then it's hard to make the song really dynamic. Like that really ups how difficult it is to make the song dynamic. And but I would like to hear this track literally just 10% faster. I think 10% faster for 10 just speeding it up by about 10%. And this might be a different conversation. I think we know that Kabuto can rap at that speed just as easily as this speed.
Not a bad idea.
And so I'd be curious if this was just slightly faster. I had the same thought about my own track of if we just sped it up 5 to 10%, and then of course added guitars and drums, would that even without the guitars and drums do stuff to it? And so I'd like to hear it.
I didn't think I would ever hear Kabuto say tsundere in a song.
Right.
That caught me off guard. I was
and the way you said it was just so like, I really liked how that was put together.
Yeah,
that part.
All right, let's go to the next track. This is Fresh to Dead.
This one might need to be my last one for today.
Yeah, and that's fine. We'll see if we can get through this. I thought we were going to be able to go till 4. We'll see if we can get through this. Ronin has agreed to hang out, and so we're going to do some more, and we'll see kind of where we are at like 4 o'clock. So this might be like other 2 Yoked Bros seasons where sometimes Shubs just had to bounce, and then they were just finished off with me and whoever was with me or me by myself. Let's do truly the worst scenario. But Fresh to Dead, Mechanical Peasants.
Oh, so this is the vocalist from Gunstar Heroes last round.
Picture you in some high tops, high heels, Reeboks, tennis shoes, a fashion mag knockoff stacked in the background. Tell me, how does that sound? I don't know, but there's better flow than the last round. Pound for pound, you can change your weight. Making them look like you doesn't change my fate. I'm great, but greatness takes practice. Change who you are on the inside, now that's attractive. But in case you disagree, take another look through our inventory. Like what you see? Good, it's all free. And you can get new swag for every boss you beat. Please bedazzle responsibly, don't be forceful. It's less about the chest and more so the torso. Looking cute in your suit, so let's play. Doesn't matter though, you're gonna die anyway. Protect your neck.
Oh, this is what whole music claps.
Make a warrior or make a work of art. You don't have to play hard, you just have to play smart. When you're ready for that level, press start. Feeling pretty slick in your new kicks. You don't wanna swing and never miss. If you do, then we're gonna paint the town red. You got your new thread. How do I look? Yo, you're fresh to dead. Put your pants on and jacket. Don't give me flack. It's
that
not
kick.
the entendre I intend. And so back
He's gonna do that every
back,
bar.
Back it or not, it's up to you. But how else will you carry all that extra loot? I texted you. But
all right.
That's starting to become an intrusive thought for me.
Josh, what did you think?
the repetition of that beat was a little much because of how busy that beat was. You could have a drum pattern that cooks like that, but you got to be switching it up. You can't loop a cooking drum kick like that many times in a row. It's just, it's locked into there, and it feels like it's stuck locked into it. Ba 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 ba. Right. Yeah, switch it up. That would have been fine. It's same thing as the last one, but like times 1,000. It's fine the first time I heard it. By the time it was like the 128th bar, it's a bit much. That was very distracting for me, away from the rest of the song, to be honest.
What about you, Ronin?
What's it called? I mean, I kind of agree with that. Just because like the drums, like the drums that they chose were just so very like you can pick that out of many an 80s song, right? So it kind of gives like you already have like an idea in your head, and that maybe might overshadow the artist a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of associations baked into it before they get to it.
Mm-hmm. So that becomes the song all of a sudden. It's the song with the 80s, and I was just waiting for the and it never came. It never came.
This is a good example of a song that I'd be like, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't do enough to stand out. Like Josh said, it's a little more repetitive than I want it to be. Like, I don't know what I would even recommend to work on it other than just like, do some stuff, fix some thing, maybe take a second pass at it, maybe mix up what the drums are doing, and see what you get from that.
Like you made a beat, you copied, pasted it to the length of a song. Now you got to go back over and turn that loop into a song.
Into a song, yeah.
Yeah, you got to craft a narrative around the way the parts kind of swell and fade in and grow and evolve and progress.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of like potentially like if they did like do a little bit more with morphing a few things, I feel like it would have definitely like popped a little bit more. I think that the vocalist definitely did a really good job of keeping the cadence, and like it was a very much like the exaggerated swagger of that realm, even where he gave off that Will Smith laugh, that ha ha. I was like, yeah, you do that.
That is very Will Smith.
All right, Josh, I believe you're heading out now.
Yeah. Peace, y'all.
And so we will see Josh later.
Round 3. We'll make this happen. See y'all on Tuesday for Through the Mill, actually.
Yeah. See you Tuesday for Through the Mills, Josh.
Ronin, thank you for joining us. Everyone in chat, thank you. I'll try to stay active in chat while I'm working on stuff.
Okay.
Peace.
And once Josh disconnects here, we will add a little Josh image. Little Josh image so that people are like, why has he been so still for so long? Let me just dummy
with a
something
judgmental
up.
Face.
There we go. There's our Josh image. We'll layer it appropriately. There we go. There's Josh.
Nice. It's like he never left.
It's exactly like he never left. I'm a great artist, both as a hip hop artist and a visual. You
do it all.
I do it all. I'm a man of many talents at that level. That you're seeing. My favorite term for how I approach creative things is, Steve, you're like a person that does some pretty neat things with Play-Doh whenever you do stuff where it's like you're not like a master artist crafter of Play-Doh. You just do, and that was described back when I was a bassist, and it's like you play bass like really smart kids play with Play-Doh. You're not and that was true. I just learned a bunch of video game covers and and everything. Like, I have such an awkward set of bass skills, having to play video game bass as my main training.
Same. I did bass for a little bit of time where it was the same thing. I like to define myself as extreme medium.
Extreme medium is a good term. Yeah, extreme medium. Yeah. I feel like that's bassist in general, though. Like, there's if bass is on a scale of this, there's really bad bassist, which is just the like very bottom, and then very talented bassist, which is the very top, and then most people are just like middling capable bassists.
It's like I do what I can.
Blue collar bassists, if you will.
Everybody else,
all right, so we're our next track here with Ronin and myself. I didn't realize I was looping you in as like a lifeline. Because originally Josh and I thought we had till round 4, and so I was like, "Oh, okay, we're on track to finish a round 4, get pretty close to it, and kind of rush the last couple." But suddenly he had to leave.
This is not the way.
That's how life goes. Let's do Dollar Bin Date and Sim. Maybe next week, Jolamis and Yugen. Like, literally, it's not making noises on my side either. Let's refresh the page. Because I opened MS Paint. That's the real problem.
Oh, MS Paint will every time. No, I don't know.
MS Paint will just crush a computer down to nothing.
MS Paint.
There we go. And of course, we're gonna restart it. There we go. I just read Sam's chat. Oh my god, 2 seconds in and I hate it. Truly cruel.
Get made up any way you wish. You can cosplay as your favorite dish. But remember to please Jolamis and prove your love is popular. Remember not to omit a most suitable pseudonym. Girl, I'm not scared to admit this is a Dollar Bin Date Sim.
I have heard your words, Challenger. Having skin tone in down at peach isn't racist. It's preference. Preference. Well, if you're interested in a higher difficulty, we can drag that down to sand. Yes, like on a beach. Yeah, from blizzard down to beach, goddammit, okay? Fine. Do it.
Get made up anyway.
All right. What are your thoughts on this track, Ronin?
I'm a little confused and conflicted because blizzard down to peach is that for
skin tone?
For skin tone?
Yeah.
What? Why? Why even put that in there? And then why make reference to it?
I don't really get what. So I don't know if you're deeply familiar with Jolamis's oeuvre.
No, I don't think I can't say that.
Jolamis definitely never makes a serious track. Never makes a track that's like this is supposed to be a masterpiece hip hop track. He makes tracks that he's interested in making at that time that he thinks are like interesting or funny, usually funny, and stuff. And so I love Jolamis as a person, but it means that he's extremely hit or miss because he's never going to polish anything. He's never going to like really go with things based off of what mechanically is definitely going to sound good. He has a great track from one of the former VPCs where he's just frustrated that people are walking too slowly in front of him. And it's a brilliant concept, and it really nails it. And so that just means that he's high risk, high reward every time you play a Jolamis song.
Oh, he's the wild card.
Yeah, sometimes it's gonna work, sometimes it's just not gonna work. and this just doesn't. It's atonal.
Yeah.
It's kind of I don't hate it as much as Sam in the Twitch chat hates it, but it's not. Someone else said this killed all my friends.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely fits the description of a dollar bin dating sim a little bit. Like, if you were to pick one up and the soundtrack came on, I'd be like, I wouldn't even question it.
but yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes it's gonna work, sometimes it doesn't. And Klopp did clarify, or people did clarify in the chat. Jalamas has a ongoing run about how much he prefers white women. And so this is probably addressing that to a degree, because Jolly has a lot of white women jokes, which as a white dude I have zero comment on. Let's go to the next track.
All right, into the next track. At least it was cleared up for me, because I was like, as somebody not familiar, I was like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, and so this is KKMDS, scenes from a gorilla restaurant.
Do you really think that that Klopfenpop really had something to do, or he just dipped?
No. He's like, I'm not listening to this Jalamas track. I'm out. Klopp definitely. I mean, he's dad. He works a lot around his house. He's got a lot of responsibilities. Him and I scheduling these things is already interesting, because I occupy him every Tuesday night. Plus, he, obviously is busy with VPC and stuff like that. He has a lot of full grown-up adult responsibilities that I myself don't have as a stay-at-home house spouse with no children. And and so that's why I can run 3 consecutive D&D campaigns. And and we were like, how? And I'm like, just marry someone who makes it so you don't have to work.
It's simple.
Yeah, it's simple. It's an easy process to success. Scenes from a gorilla restaurant, KKMDS. Might be real rough. Speaking of hit or miss groups.
Oh yeah.
What's a King Kong? Say there's Queen Zilla. Besides, I want you back, Godzilla. I want you. I need you back. A jet black stare. It just wasn't fair. I knew the color of her underwear. McCall Maitre D says, please take a seat. Tears down on your feet or up in a tree. Yes, it was my idea. Couldn't be more clear. Reservation list. Taking half a year. Should I drink a beer? Giving in to fear? Yes. Should I kick a zip? To get undressed. What's that, honey? Is your...
All right. So that's obviously a love song, or a bedroom song for King Kong and Godzilla. Thoughts, Ronin?
Oh man. I mean, narratively, this is another song that confuses me, like the last one, where I always like to think of things in forms of where is the story going, and so you're King Kong in this,
yeah,
and you're drinking beer. Are we if I see a music video, is it just the guy in a Godzilla costume at a restaurant, or are they legit King Kong Godzilla size?
I'm
thinking about these kind of.
I I want it to be the latter, because that's more horrifying. I've said a lot about this team and about Il Gil specifically. So I feel like this is closer than their last round to what I want them to do. I just still don't feel it's good, and it doesn't land. And when you do a comedy song, it has to land. If it doesn't land, like, there's a few groups in comedy music that are good at making catchy, poppy, fun songs, where even if the joke doesn't land, the song is very constructed well to just be poppy regardless, so they can not listen to the lyrics and you can still just like it. That is not this group. And so the joke's got to work, or it's not going to work for me. The concept could have worked really funnily.
The concept for sure, but that's the thing that it's so like surface level is the thing. Like, they need to go into layers deep. If I were to take this concept, which is a great premise, I would go into how would this work as a lizard and a giant gorilla. How does this relationship work? Like, Godzilla has a child. They're a single parent.
Yeah.
Why don't we talk about this?
See, that's exactly where I would go to it too. Also, this would work very well as a 2 MC rap where both Godzilla and King Kong are rapping. Maybe you can lift some stuff from the dynamics of Meatloaf's "Let Me Sleep on It." Where that is also a duo, and grab some other like classic duets, "Islands in the Stream" and stuff like that. Just to really enhance the depth of the song, and then also just like this is one of the few people that I'm just like, I can't with you. We're moving on.
I like at the end of the thing, it's just now kiss.
Now kiss is so good. Like, and the idea, like a video of a kid, like an adult playing with these toys and making them do these things. That, like, if a visual gag was added to this, it might work better.
Right. Yeah. With a music video, I could see this landing a lot better than
just as a song. Realms of Anselm 2, Anselm's Realm. What a great song title. Il Capone and Al Sear, which is Il Sear and Al Capone. Getting a lot of comedy tracks back to back in this little section.
Right. Something about the name.
World vast to unravel. How you judge, you'll be judged with the blast of the gavel. Trudge through the sludge till you can fast travel. Sealed with the steel of 7 centuries. Venture through the 11th century. Hover at heaven's entry. Where Edenic humanity battles endemic evil entities. Mere mortals persevere through fear to peer into the spirit portal. When you reach a new territory, each with a screwy, scary story. Your core ensemble scores gory glory. Encore, a semblance of emblems. Simply assemble at Anselm's elms. Find finer waypoints in Anselm's realm. Omnia quea nobis interpia. Omnia quea nobis interpia. Adventure awaits always at Anselm's realm. Only honorable oblates in order not to be overwhelmed. How a holy helm.
All right, I gotta stop it. I simply must. Thoughts, Ronin?
I mean, I feel like this is another one that kind of falls into the. I think it was Joey Z who said it. It was like, or some, I forget. It was somebody. It was saying like, yeah, this is just like somebody who's written something out without hearing what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Like afterwards.
Yeah, it's just sort of even or there's a part of me that because it's so kind of like loose and off, and it's a slow beat, so you don't have to do that because it's loose and off. There's a part of me that's like, it expresses a lack of care for the final product to a degree that I feel is more noticeable, because everyone can hear it's like, okay, this is fairly slow, and then it's like, all right, there's going to be some singing, and then he's just sort of wandering over the beat a lot with no clear direction, and I'm like, you got the room for the words. You couldn't figure out how to say them in a way that worked with this. I don't know what's up.
I think that especially when songwriting, not every person has MapQuest, if that makes sense.
Yep, that's true.
Like sometimes you have an internal guide that's like, or a compass that tells you where the song needs to go, but sometimes it takes somebody like twice or 3 times or 4 times as long to figure out where you want that song to go. I think that this could be, he could have recited this 100 times and be like, I think I'm throwing a
that's true
thing at the wall and seeing if it sticks.
That's true.
Kind of deal.
Yeah, it's not very strong. It's still a good concept. I would love to do it. I love the idea of doing like a very medieval fantasy looty kind of like super Ren Fairy like thing and doing that. And this round made that easy because you could sing over it and you weren't supposed to use snares. So like this was the appropriate round to do something kind of wide swing like that. And I just again they did not land. This is tough. I will shout out to Josie on the Celine asks, where we at? And Josie's like, at the bad part. Like it's been a tough few tracks. It's been a tough few tracks.
But I'd say that written wise, as somebody who started as a writer, who started rapping, like because I was just like uncomfortable in that realm because of my own insecurities, I'd say that writing, they need to rap more.
Yep.
And maybe they'll get it.
Or sing more. Whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
But like they need to vocalize more.
Make more songs.
Yeah. The choices you made. I love the chat. So I will say before we get into this next song, there is something. Obviously, Shubs being a judge this year meant that they weren't the person that I was going to be doing this like we did last year's VPC. For Two Yoked Bros, and the reasoning being that I miss them is Shubs gave me a comfort level of being like real harsh on some stuff and just being like, nope, we're not listening to the rest of this. We're done. Whatever this is, it doesn't work. And then just moving on. And there's a couple I can still do that for, but like generally I try to give these like a listen and some help. With that song, the help is significant. And so sometimes I'm not going to have like just do the chorus before the first verse and you're golden.
It's like Joey Z, I'm a people pleaser. Strumming my pain with his finger.
Yep. All right, let's get into the choices you made by Homeschool Heroes.
All right.
It's Chrono Trigger. I want to say this is Chrono Trigger.
We'd like to thank our writer and producer.
It's Square. It's Square, definitely. It's Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy 4 or 6. It's SNES Square.
And also,
it's definitely in that realm.
What a great pizza guy. That's it. You got it. Black screen. You bought it. Credits roll. You go.
Oh, this is the banging ass chorus. I remember this one.
The past led you here. You wound and bound. Just making your choices, and suddenly you found yourself at the end. Wondering.
I know the bass line to this song.
You banked right. Armed a blaster when you shoot upon the knife. Words roll and the game flows, but you've always gonna ponder. If you bought
Hi, Sebastian.
You should have stole. Because now at the end, do you understand? Do you understand, my friend? Took 2 to the face and 1 to the pay. 3
and then it goes back.
You beat the big bad credit scroll.
You know what? We're gonna end it here so that we can have that chorus. We can have that chorus.
Oh man. It's such a beautiful chorus.
Yeah, it's a little bit nasally, but like it doesn't detract from it, and it's so good. It's such a good hook. This is the producer's first ever produced beat, so it totally makes sense. That is definitely a first produced beat, and actually I've heard a lot worse first produced beats. So I'm not going to dig on them. They're actually in the room, so in the chat. Yeah. And I'm not going to dig on them for that, because now that I have in an objective context, tighten up your drums, do some more with that. Your hats need to be like clearer and less thin. All this stuff, all this mixing conversations, but that's pointless to do when it's like, well, this is the first produced beat. So there you go. You picked a good looping sample with that piece of that Chrono Trigger song. That's good for hip hop right there. And so you did that, and your vocalist fucking nailed that chorus. Just nailed it. What about you, Ronin?
So the chorus, it's the chorus. Everything else is like, I don't know. Is this do you know anything about the artist, the vocalist?
I don't know anything about the vocalist.
I feel like I don't know. The vocalist just like, why didn't you should have sung the whole song? If you can sing like that, like just harmonize and sing. I don't know.
Yeah. One of the things that I would add to the chorus, and it's something that you don't need because the chorus is very good, but I would add, if you can take a bass delivery of that same chorus, so exactly synced up, everything like that, bass delivery, and then pitch that probably down an octave and give it a real throat singing vibe underneath it. Exactly. Yeah. I was hearing it in my head, and I was like, if that could get added, that would be the cherry on top of an already delicious dessert of a chorus.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you get a chorus that good, and then you're not, as a vocalist, really satisfied with your verse, especially in the VPC in general, but definitely in this round, just sing. Just sing. It's so...
There's no shame. If you can sing like that, just sing.
Just sing.
There's no shame.
Yeah,
work your way into it, but yeah, like it definitely, like the meat of it, the verses definitely just sounded like it was just being recited.
And maybe they're new at this too. Maybe this is a fully new team. And if this is a fully new team,
all new.
If this is a fully new team, honestly, for a first track, not bad. For a first put together track, not bad. If the vocalist has been rapping for a bit, really spend some time rapping other people's music and getting those like rhythms built into your like natural behavior, and then put your spin. What?
Yeah, I can tell that they're new just because of breath control.
Yeah, it's
so they said that they are new.
Yeah, okay. If they are a completely new team, honestly, I'm gonna give this a pretty solid thumbs up for like an opening track, especially like on top of that, if the vocalist hadn't ever been like any kind of performer before too. The one benefit I had,
polish this up real good.
Yeah, you could polish this up. You could probably just keep making songs for 6 months, then go back to this song, redo it, and it will sound 100 times better. Because that's how that works. I at least had the benefit of being a former like lead vocal frontman to things. So though I still sound like a Muppet when I rap, the singing, like I understood certain performative things, and so it just takes time. Let's get into Huggin' Dudes. Johnny Salt and DJ Lemon. Sokovian Death Dance. We're so close to Escape from Facebook. We're so close. I've been looking forward to Escape from Facebook. I've been about it all day today, and I've just been like, get there. But no, Sokovian Death Dance, truly cruel to do to Hagen Dudes.
Vocalist Producer Challenge. Behold the power of dance. Everybody dance now. Everybody move your body. Come on now, it's time to.
This song.
To elevate your mood, it's time to celebrate. Outside there is mass destruction. Inside there is one instruction. Put your arms to punctuate your carry up on your dictator. Everybody hit the dance floor. 1, 2, 3. And now, baby, take a chance. Come and dance with me. Don't forget to dab now. Don't forget to dab now. Lift your arms and wave goodbye to the haters.
This song is just fun. It's just fun.
Yeah, it's pure fun.
Goodbye to the haters. Dab, dab. Right arm, left arm, both are gone.
All right, we'll pause it there. But
right arm, left arm. You can't hate a song that has a dance built in.
You can't. You simply can't. Josh and I were on in your stream chat while you were listening to this, and we already said a lot of things like definitely, Sesame Street Count vibes, Go-Go Bordello vibes, Rammstein vibes. I don't there's some mixed questions here, but other than that, I really don't I'm not even going to say it in the kind of passive positive way. I genuinely enjoy this song. I genuinely do. I think it is fun. It's a silly song and it works. What about you?
Yeah, I think it works. I enjoyed it as well. I enjoy I like to enjoying music, and this is one of those songs that didn't make it hard for me to just it's not just laughing at itself or at the concept, but it's listen, let's have some fun here, kind of deal.
Let's just do this weird Euro synthy talking song, and
just dab on the hater.
and Shane is 100% right in the chat. If you were to hear this song live at a show, it would be hype. It would be so hype to hear someone deliver this.
Absolutely, 100%.
Especially if it's a normal hip hop, or you're getting more in line with normal hip hop deliveries, and then this is just one of the tracks on the set, and you're like, where did that come from?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a real fun thing, and it's a nice breath because I think this does what they're trying to do, which is to make a fun, silly dance song that's just enjoyable. It's not meant to be depthy. It may not be your favorite track, but in a mix of 40 some odd tracks, it's great. It's a great breath of fresh air, and honestly would be probably considered better if it wasn't right next to the next trap, Escape from Facebook by former Fat Boys. True curse to be near this. Former Fat Boys, old school nerd, long legacy of nerdcore music. Just great.
Mark Zuckerberg.
I could just listen to this chorus forever.
Mark Zuckerberg. No one can kill Mark Zuckerberg. He's a robot. Mark Zuckerberg.
I see that you made it. Got out of my basement, but you'll never escape. There is no way. I've been awaiting this day. I cannot lose. What can you do? I control truth is whatever I say. No moves can counter my facts. Just funnels of fatal fake news. So bottom my brain or I'll leak nudes of you and no foreheads and frat dudes. Been saved on my servers. The terms of the service solely serve some sick purpose to forever and blindly bind you. So take your best shot. I'm always behind you, lurking and jerking around every wall. Undefeated, I'm Jake Paul. First place, I'm a vessel of light. Congress can't stop me with their oversight. You close an account, think I'm out of your life. My story unblockable, you think you might
kill Mark Zuckerberg. You can't kill Mark Zuckerberg. No one can kill Mark Zuckerberg. He's a robot. Mark Zuckerberg. You can't kill Mark Zuckerberg. You can't kill Mark Zuckerberg. No one can kill Mark Zuckerberg. He's a robot. Mark Zuckerberg.
I can feel you weaken, lean into my beacon, freaking. I feed on anger, I feed on hate, I feed on users that think that they can't try to escape, and it's time I hate.
pause it here to discuss this song. Ronin, obviously you hate this. You hate this song.
Oh, obviously. Oh man. I was listening the first time I heard this song. I was walking, and like I was just like, it was a long enough walk that I could listen to a lot of the tracks. So I was like, might as well. Yeah. And I stopped. I just stopped what I was doing. I was like,
what is this?
What the hell are you saying to me right now?
It's truly okay. So, what I think really works for this song, and Klopfenpop, like obviously the chorus is the winner of the song. This is a perfect example of what a chorus is supposed to do when you're doing a single. Is like you hear it once and you're like, I want to keep hearing that chorus. Please give me that chorus as many times as you want in this 3 to 4 minutes. Please, yeah. Feel free to write it. You can evolve it if you want to, but like honestly, I want this as a ringtone. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
How good would that be if you're just hanging out, have a conversation, and then kill Mark Zuckerberg. Just comes out as a ringtone. But what I actually kind of like about this, other than the undefeated like Logan Paul, which I think is a hilarious line. Truly fuck Logan Paul. But what I really like about this is that it's almost like they made the bold choice of, what if I rap like a dime a dozen white indie rapper in the middle of this chorus. Like it very much feels like this is your very average, second opener indie on a Tuesday night local like 100-person venue show versus rap deliveries. Not that they're not capably done within themselves, but they're not anything special, and they pale so much in comparison to the chorus. And there's a part of me that's like, is that former Fat Boys has been around long enough? Is that partially intentional? Did he have moments where he's like, I could really punch up this verse? And I'm like, no, because the song is about the chorus. That is all I want them to walk away with. They can hear this, and they're still going to listen to the song. It's very funny. And so I'll have some gems hidden in the verse, but this is what this is about. And that might have been the choice.
You're talking about the auto-tune one?
No, I'm talking about the first verse chorus. The auto-tune thing. What did you think about the auto-tune piece?
So I listened to it a couple times, and I heard what other people the first time I heard it, I was like, okay, I mean, I get it. And then like I heard it some more. So I'm pretty sure that's from the perspective of Mark Zuckerberg. Am I mistaken on that?
I think it is.
So obviously he's going to be a robot, and he's going to have a robot voice, which makes sense. And with that said, like I'm all about the creativity and telling the story sonically, and I support it no matter what.
Yeah, I'm
backing it.
I feel like it vibes with the overall song in a way where I'm like, if I lifted the auto-tune section out of it, I'd be like, there's problems. But like, but seeding it in the song, I'm like, I don't know if I still would have done this, but this is fine. This works all right. And that might, and I'm sure it was just an attempt to really over-digitize the voice. And it was like, we can put the automatic auto-tuner on, we can set it to this, and then we're good. And that's enough. Versus like someone actually polishing it up. But I love the song. I genuinely love it.
Oh, production, by the way, just like the ode to Escape from New York is amazing as well.
Yeah, right. Like it's just good. Like it's what I refer to as classic nerdcore. It's a song that doesn't really make a lot of sense as a hip hop song in your standard indie hip hop or pop hip hop or dance hip hop or all of those categories. It only really makes sense as almost like an internet song. But if it was at any nerdcore show, you would definitely have the crowd by the end of the song chanting "Kill Mark Zuckerberg." You would absolutely have that 100% of the time.
Oh, the last thing, I mean, I said this on my stream, is just the process of having to recite that over and over again
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I feel very awkward for anybody who was in that vicinity. It was like, what the fuck did he just say?
Is he trying to kill Mark Zuckerberg? Like,
over
he's
and over again.
melodically killing him? Just truly. What a good song, though.
Girl! So much energy. I love it.
Yeah, like again, love to see it. Love to see it at a con show, or like a con adjacent party. Like, absolutely in there. Mercenary Marksman by Green Lotus. You gonna play? You gonna play? You gonna be... SoundCloud's real fighty toward the back half of this. It's just like, you've been on me for so long. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. There we go. Volume back down to...
We can't thank you enough for saving us from the tyranny of the corrupt politicians and police force of the city. No longer will we be victims and live in fear of their...
Oh, is this the one that talks for a long time?
You're a hero.
Yeah, so
I'm not a hero.
Definitely has a big cut.
It's the last thing I am. My motivation is vengeance for my family that was taken away from me by this twisted system. If they were here, your suffering wouldn't be my problem.
Doesn't change the fact that you did something and freed us, regardless of your motives. Hey, where you going?
This isn't the only city ran by evil assholes, kid. There's hundreds and thousands of people that
need to be saved?
No. There's hundreds and thousands of people that need to be put to sleep permanently. As for me, I'll be wherever somebody needs to die.
Mercenary marksman, rebel revolutionary, terminating targets. Riot rocking rifles ready. Mercenary marksman, rebel revolutionary, terminating targets. Riot rocking rifles ready. Apocalyptic arena, adept armed assassins, killing corrupt cops. Cannons cocked, clap, I'm popping punk politicians. Multiple murder missions, vindicating victims, vindictive, vicious visions. Notoriously known and always all in the articles. Annihilation. The art, amazingly armed arsenal, popping pussies, the particles, lunatic, illogical, underhanded underlings, understand I'm unstoppable, determined do or die demon that does dominate, color cornea can close.
Okay, unfortunately I do have to stop it for time, but yeah, because so much, it's like I haven't said this a lot. I haven't said this a lot this time because I've been giving a lot of runway because they wanted a cutscene, they wanted skits in this, they wanted bits. I said it constantly in the first round. Your intro cannot be that long until you give me rap or singing or something. Just give me something. And like I get it in this round, but that was a bridge too far for this. Yeah. What did you think, Ronin?
It felt like have you ever seen Black Dynamite?
Yes.
It was like a full-ass scene from Black Dynamite. It was like, but Black Dynamite. I said, no, wherever there is injustice in this world, no matter how far. And it just kept going. It was like, yeah, the whole monologue. And so, I mean, they really went all in on it. And yeah, I mean, definitely it's like, if this were like in a what's it called? Like in an album.
Yeah.
It would be one of those things where you would have to separate this so that I can skip over it so that I can hear the song.
Yep. Absolutely. The way they could have easily fixed this on this track is literally just cut it into the middle, or put it on the end. That's literally all you would have had to have done. What did you think about because they went hard on the paint on alliteration. What did you think about that?
This is one of very few where I think that they made it work. Like when I heard it, I didn't bat an eye. I was like, oh, but what does that mean? Everything made sense.
Yeah, I think they did a good job at making sure that the lines, even though heavily alliterated, were logical lines. I still think that they went a little too hard on it, especially when you're using V's and U's as you're starting, like under and stuff like that. That doesn't go as well in a percussive rap delivery than, say, a B or a P or a T or any kind of hard consonant. But you can do it, and you can have little moments of it. But I agree with you for the most part. I think, honestly, their verse work still sounded really good. They were hitting the words correctly, even though they had the alliteration. So they weren't, they were hitting the alliteratives, but they wrote it really well to be able to do that and not have me be like, you're just filling this with word salad to meet your homework.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. It did not feel like they were just like word filling. It sounded like every word had a purpose. It was killing corrupt cops, cannons, clap them. I was like, yeah, that's what you're doing. Like, it wasn't just like words for word's sake. And I think that if you have to put in a word just because a word needs to be put there, it shouldn't be there.
Yeah. It definitely should match the narrative. I really do think that with a little bit of rearrangement, I would just like that song more. It's just by the time it gets to the song, I'm like, I'm exhausted from the skit. All right, this is pretty good, but like I'm tired and I've got more tracks to listen to.
Right. But yeah, I love the message. I think the rapper is amazing. I like the bongos. I think the production.
Osiris is great. Riot is great. Right on the beat is great. Like, the actual, funnily enough, the mechanics of the song portion of this, I don't really have criticisms for very much. I imagine a couple rewrites to kind of pull up on some of those alliteratives would just make this a good song. I just think that the homework weakened the song a little bit. Just like gently weakened their whole thing. But yeah, Osiris is great. Can't fault that. Got to get into this Storyville DJ Tayukin in the face flow.
Yeah. The other boxing. This is the flip side.
The flip side of boxing.
Yeah.
See if it decides to play or if it's
when I go to
there
fight
it goes.
an opponent, I know I'm the best. So I'm thinking, what'll the ref let me get away with? I rip out the internal organs, turn them into a powder, and sprinkle that stuff in my goldfish tank. Feed them to my goldfish. I'm thinking, how can I fry this fool like a turkey leg? I'll send my whole fan club to beat up their fan club. We're gonna have an all-out brawl at the end of this match. I'm not scared of nobody or no nothing. I'll show up in Freddy Krueger's nightmares and beat the snot out of him. I'm no faux show fighter, I'm a gold on title holder, there's no rival, I'm the sole survivor of the whole tournament. Tighten the belt, a tourniquet, tighten the technically, turning the tables on an opponent. Combat. Connecting the counter to comeback, contact to the countenance, crowd cries, ref connect the count on your closed eyes. I'm throwing them kinetic crosses, undefeated, I'm taking no losses. Bob slip, weave, duck and dodging, putting yellow tape, how I take caution, no option. The last boss, no Sephiroth, cleaning your clock, your history. All bets off, tossing your cloth. It's a wash, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. In this corner, we have the heavyweight champion of the world. You try hard and you made it so far, but you just cannot go anymore. Everyone has a plan till I punch them in the face. In the face. Everyone's got a plan till I punch them in the face. Training to reign supreme.
All right, thoughts, Ronin?
I think Damn Celine hit it on the nose. The song would have crushed it if the beat did something to help the vocals. Yeah, I think that the beat definitely needed to support to help lift the vocals up a bit in specific areas, make it more dramatic, especially in the face.
Yeah,
why are we getting a full?
How truly disconnected is that chorus from the beat? Like, it is literally like someone's like, what BPM is this instrumental I just found on YouTube? All right. I already wrote this whole song. I had a different beat, but I can't find it right now. So I just found something in the rough BPM, and I'm just going to rap on it.
So here you go.
It was, it's heartbreaking. Anyone that's listened to Storyville knows how good they can be. But they gotta have the production. You gotta have production backing you up. And if it's not there and it's really flat on the production and then the mix isn't very strong, it doesn't matter how good the MC is. It's so hard to dig through that. and do something. And I just feel like this song didn't work beat with vocalists. Like, wholesale, everything about the beat and everything about the vocals feels like they were created independently of each other. And then they were just sort of like, all right, this'll do it. And that's not a knock. Like, maybe that's what happened, honestly. Maybe Storyville, like, maybe there was, like, a different beat that Storyville was rapping on that was kind of like a skeleton, and then the producer went in a very different direction. That can happen sometimes. Or maybe Storyville just couldn't connect to it and just sort of did their thing as best as they could over it, and they just didn't connect to the vibe. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, especially because in contrast, where you had Green Lotus, who also did, like, alliteration, it feels like I don't know. You can tell the difference between like something that fits like thematically, like in the story, and then this one where you can definitely hear where it's all like, oh yeah, this is alliteration. This is what I hear.
Yeah, that's what it is. And so we'll like that needs a wholesale redo, but. But, my good man, my good friend, we are now to a string of songs.
Oh.
Fireproof, Mark Cooper, Prowess and Testament, Offer, League of the Lost Players. Let's get going. Let's get going.
Hey, now you're an all-star.
Let's get going. Mark fucking Cooper.
Choose your fighter. Player 1. Ready? Player 1. Go!
I'm so amazed by the final stage. The rain's been off for days, so make way. I'm on a mission, locate the village positioned in as good riddance, get the lost players and I'm dipping. So spacious, gloves come with navigation. Be patient, pinpoint the destination. It's an old train station, 2 dots in the basement. Mike and Sabrina, good they're adjacent. I come prepared, the weapons come in the software. Gal anti-airs and solar flares all there. Open palm blast for the accuracy, cause the site is flooded by all the Valkyries actually. Organization much powerful means with major calling the shots. Promo team. Made a vaccine, intervene with a clever scheme. That racism could be wiped clean. Yeah, the pipe dream is a different route. Explore human differences, transform any amount of clout. So without a doubt, camouflage for the right occasion. Throw a couple nades and break the concentration. Into the building, uncomfortable feeling. Adds written on the walls and the ceiling, not appealing. No signs of light for the villain, but it's a flight to stare straight ahead in the dark. Bone chilling, move down the stairs very cautious. Then I overhear the offerer in the office is major. Stated that if you won't find me next 5 minutes, Magical Mike and Sabrina will be finished late. Past majors, a padlock door, I found a bolt. You hear the feet slide on the floor. Already used 2 grenades, only got 3 more. Flashbang on the door, yeah, I'm ready for war. I'm toe-to-toe with the creator, but kids lightsabers, blocking every blast sharper than razors. By nature, wasn't making mistakes. Teleport right behind me, I feel my shields break. Took damage, I can hardly respond.
All right, gotta pause it there. How do you feel about that, Ronin? I feel about that track.
It's what can you say? It's like, it's not fair. You don't have licensed killing machines and put them into a regular bout with with regular normal people. It's not I mean, like, the story is like beyond, like, this is a game. He is just rhyming what happens in this game.
Yeah.
Like it's so thick.
It's so classic book report nerdcore, but it works because Mark Cooper can fucking rap, so it's fine.
Yeah. not only that, he's freaking player 1. Like they said, oh, we have to rap about a video game. You fools! This is my whole thing. This is my bag.
I like the track overall. I feel like they hesitate too long on bringing in any kind of beat. They go a long time, but that's obviously a choice, and I'm fine with that choice overall.
Yeah.
It's just for me personally, but like objectively, I don't have a problem with it as like a choice for some people that would be more fine with that. The other thing, and this might be just because of my specific setup, I have to output sound in mono because I don't have an ear on the right side of my head. And so effects, the sound effects that were added, felt really loud to me. I don't know if that's how they sound to other people, but they're a little too loud in the mix for me. If I'm talking about something that could literally be fixed by lowering the volume of one track, where all the sound effects are probably on, and maybe taking that beat and copying it up about 2 stanzas, if that's my problem with the song, it's probably a pretty fucking good song. Like, if that's where my critiques land.
That's the critique. So lower this
little thing there, and then, if for my personal preference, give me about 8 more bars on the front end with the beat, somewhere in there. If you do that, you're golden. But yeah, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's really, really good.
Yeah,
I do see what you're saying about like making something happen a little bit ahead of time. I mean, I do see why they Prowess like rolled out the carpet so that Mark Cooper could like put the story out.
Yeah, that's obviously what I think they were trying to do.
Yeah, I feel like in an EP or an album setting, like this wouldn't skip a beat. I feel like maybe again, like competitively, it might not stand out as much with so much like runway.
Yeah, yeah. But again, you know, that's the producer and the MC really trusting the MC can carry the front end of the song, and Mark can't.
Absolutely.
So therefore, it's fine.
Yeah.
Following that, Extra Dial, Slipgate. I know, we all hate Celine in here, but you know, we'll put up with them for this one. Let's get into Extra Dial. Do it. Make noises. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
I don't even know what's worse anymore. The fact that they sent me here. The fact that I didn't just...
Does anyone have a better speaking low tone in nerdcore hip-hop? I don't know.
Come on, I never chose to be forced into hopes and to know there are doors that don't close when they're open, they're joking. All lies, not the best with a vest, just the rest ain't alive. And survival was the plan for a drafty in hell. While they slap me with a scattergun and pack it full of shells. Dump 300 others in the bellies, hella beasts. Hell, now these motherfuckers wanna tell me they believe. Well, I'm not even supposed to be here. No dotted line sign, just a life commandeered by a rifle point steered to what they call my career. See, I met monsters before the real ones appeared. Kinda weird how it wasn't these demons I'd feared. Going through hell and to numb now to cry. Going
oh my god.
I know, right?
Sorry about that, Jenkins. For what it's worth.
I'm gonna pause it in the skit because we won't get much of the next verse. Actually, no. I'm not gonna do that because I want to hear people hear the double time.
Yesterday, at least.
Yeah.
If you haven't heard the double time, you need to hear the double time Celine does.
Wait, is that what I think it is?
Simply must. The whole thing, cowards.
Some new friends to play with. Alright, you eldritch fucks. Let's dance. What is it even is making me try to stay alive at this point in time when I'll die? When I stop and I allegedly became employed. Now that authority's destroyed, but I'm stuck in this orbit abyss, devoid of a reason to keep overboard of my guests. So really I'm simply annoyed. Knee deep in the deadliest voids, with enemies coming in infinite waves. Simpler days, we're gonna forget when it's back to legitimate grave. Survivor for nothing but sway, that's something I might just confess of the breeze. Enough to make it the game, to ogres and thieves and restricting my bullets to rain. Pain is not like pain affects me after what the government's done. Rip me out of my home, I never will see my daughter and son. Beaten down the cold enough that the meat in my rib can defrost. So we'll see if there's all the fury to match with a fraction of reason to brought.
Okay, good as the screaming part is, I can pause it here, save a little bit of time. Oh my goodness, this song. Ronin, what are your thoughts?
It's like somebody was like, you know, this thing called music, I beat it. I've won.
Yeah, it really
I've
is.
mastered.
Oh my goodness.
It's like Avatar: The Last Airbender of music. Just freaking okay. Every which way that you can alter anything, it bends to my whim.
Just the fact that Extra Dial are out here, and obviously Navi being a judge, it's like, oh no hell if I know. Oh no, they're so good together. Either side of either side of the roles, both of them work so well together. Where there's going to be, and then Liz comes in with the production, and it's this noisy, grimy thing in round one, and then this in round two, where it's still really like processed vocals, but then it goes into those beautiful screams. Like, it could not be better at being a Quake song if it tried. Like, there is just nothing. It feels right for the property. It feels right for the talking works in it. The double time is out of control good in this. Is, I'm going to quote Bill Beats for this. Bill Beats, Celine was up in Seattle at one of the shows on one of their tours. And this was several years ago. Maybe 3 to 5 years ago, somewhere in that window. And Bill Beats said, there is nobody in nerdcore that is more, that has a more natural gift for flow change-ups that just feel effortless. They just feel like the best path forward so easily. And Celine always brings that, where it's just like, here's this stanza, and then here's this. At no point will I ever in my head think, oh, Celine's going through a list of known flow change-ups. It always just feels like this comfortable transition. And the ability to do that as an MC means that every song you write in the verse is going to be interesting, because you're just going to play with the audience's expected rhythmic ear. And if you can do it well, they never notice that you're very deliberately dragging them into different rhythms. They'll just be like, yeah, no, that's just how the song goes. That's how the song goes. And that double time, as deliberately like, here it is, as it is, just equally as good. It's equally as effortless with that.
No, completely agree. Yeah, no, it comes off completely effortless, and it feels like the most complex thing. Like, it's the hardest, easiest thing I've ever heard. And like everything about it, like from production to just vocals, like lyrics, to the voice acting, it's just good.
No notes, 10 out of 10. No notes, 10 out of 10.
If this doesn't win, like, it's got to be like,
it's in the running. It and a few tracks are at that 9 out of 10 stars. But I'm curious what the judges will take. But
yeah, that's the thing, because I don't know judge preference. I'm a weirdo, and I love hearing things that break out of everything like this does.
Yeah, and it totally does. It breaks out of everything while still flexing that Celine is very good at hip-hop.
Yeah.
it's like, here's a lot of different stuff. Also, I'm just a good, like, if you just put a lo-fi beat behind me, I could just spit like fire over it if I wanted to. And
any and everything all the time.
Bloodline by Double Dragon, Septic and Danny G. Also a very good song.
Yes. I audibly squealed when I heard this song. It was another surprise.
There we go.
Raise those hands high. Think you know what it is. Bring that brass out.
Love the time signature choice with the guitar.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and fight back. Father, son, after all. Be wary you don't like that. Sound they make when they fall. Why don't you pass it down the bloodline? Try to hide it if you find a appeal. It's all relative what's inside. Riot eyes make it real. Why don't you pass it down the line? Try to hide it if you feel. It's relative what's inside. Riot eyes make it real.
With the gun placed up with the tough talk, I can do this all day easier than fish in a barrel. Funnel down a hallway, all that weight that you know where, with hands slower than molasses. Steel launches steel into bodies of assassins. Pull the hammer back, then let the
Okay, I'll give him a little bit of that, but we got tracks to get to. Talk to me, Ronin. Talk to me about this track.
Okay. First of all, narratively, the whole goddamn song tracks, like from beginning to end, it makes complete and utter sense. It paints a perfect picture. The sonically, like this the what is it? I get very big, like I forget dates, but like it's around like 60s, 70s rock.
Yeah.
Like Cream era.
Yep.
Kind of. I was like,
late 60s, early 70s. Yep.
Hell yeah. Why? Where has this been?
Yeah, it really sounds like this is just the music this band makes. Like it really just sounds like it's like, oh, this is the style of this band. There's groups called like Freak Kitchen, and obviously you're kind of like your extended Primus family groups that do a lot of songs in this time signature and do a lot of things like this in the alt rock space, but then holding firm to that classic rock kind of fuzz and everything really like roots it in just, it's like, if I was to describe this, it's an alt rock song.
Yeah. Like, but man, yeah, that time signature, freaking wrap my mind around that with everything else going on. Like it took the parameters that were set, like that's the difference between I can't even categorize this, but like taking parameters that are like, oh, you have to have it has to loop. Oh, it has to have a weird time signature or an odd time signature. No offense.
Yeah.
Or like a final counter. It has to have all of these things. And then you listen to the song, and I couldn't tell any of that was needed or was necessary to make the song. It's just a good goddamn song.
Yeah, it's good. It's funny to call this like an odd time signature because, hip hop, pop music, most music 4/4, right? Maybe 6/8, a lot of 6/8 in there. Anything outside of that is odd. But like, again, in the alternative rock space, this is just some normal alternative rock bullshit. Like, it's like, it's fun to play these kinds of licks on guitars. Just what a gift. What a gift! All right, in the instance of time, because we do still have several tracks left. I'm just gonna talk about this next one real quick. This is Dive Bar's "My Perfect Pixin' the Good Ending." What are your thoughts on that? Because we know what song we're talking about.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on?
You know what? I think that it did a good job for the talking part.
Yeah, the talking part is definitely not. That's a very nice way to put the song. I'm going to make this crystal clear, and this is probably going to be my harshest criticism. If the time is not going to be put in to make a listenable song, I'm not going to listen. And so far, that's 2 rounds. Gave you 1, free pass. 2 rounds where the singing, the melody, the beat, and I know that these aren't people that are just fully brand new to making music. And I want to express this. It's not that you can't do what you want to do. I'm just letting you know that I'm out. And that's it.
Personally.
Yeah, I'm out. That's what it is. I'm out. Someone's going to have to listen to something and be like, Steve, you should listen to this Dive Bars. I'm not listening to any more of these songs. I did not like the first one, and because it was a mess. And this one is also a mess, except for the talking part, which doesn't actually prove that they could fix anything from the first one.
Right, the talking part didn't need to be on any time.
It could have just been quiet. It could have just been an audio track of someone talking. Yeah. So instead, we're going to jump through, and we're just going to immediately listen to Deshko's "Chaos is Human." So we're just going to jump right in.
I'm fine with that.
Let's get into Chaos is Human. Play? No? Not gonna happen?
Oh. Uh-oh.
Why would you deny me Deshko's Chaos is Human? Why would you do that?
How dare you?
All right, we're going to refresh it. Mm-hmm. You're going to play it, right?
The computer's just going to explode. It's like, it's too much.
Yourself to be consumed by such hate.
Ooh. There you go. Oh, so it was secretly playing in the background, but it wasn't showing me that on the interface or presenting sound.
I was truly hoping I wouldn't find you here.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Yeah. Could've sworn that you value creativity. Look, we were born to the bad news. We ain't giving these thoughts. You entertain credence. You hate fidelity. Emotions that come with life. We can't get relief. Stop thinking out of the monsters you perceive. Constantly, I've only fought with the hope that you believe. Knocking them down to the option, and I hope you can see. Human life is beautiful, so choose peace. We had so much love between us. Now you'd rather cast it off the side. They are not a cancer to this planet. They deserve this life. You shouldn't apologize. Why would you rather decide to end every bit of life existing than to make an effort to resolve the people's problem systems and eliminate the need for any power struggles? Don't just kill them. Why did you choose to betray us all? We swore to protect them, now you wanna hit them all. So I gotta hit them all. I love you, but protect the life that's above you, so I must let go. And I pray that I don't fall. I don't know why you do this. You know chaos is human. We were lovers. How could you allow yourself to be consumed by such hate? We've got to fight if you insist on wiping our people out. Then like I've been lied to, cause you told me not to even doubt. Human capacity to create communities for the peace and now you say chaos justifies genocide. You're telling me to step aside. Seeing them filled you with such pride. Now I guess someone here is gonna die. You were gonna tell me how you love the way I swung my blade. Wonder how you feel about it now, I'm about to run your fade. You're not leaving me.
All right, I gotta pause it somewhere. I gotta pause that somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Thoughts from you?
I mean, it's another one of those super groups. It's just like, okay, we have Captain America on one. We have a team of super soldiers in the competition. Okay, let's see what we can do. I mean, it feels like less of like, it feels like its own, like, not just the final encounter in like an RPG, but like the final like musical number of a freaking Hollywood $1 billion production.
Yeah. That's Ryako for you. I'm about to get myself burned alive on this. I have a big criticism of this song. I'm not being cute. Desh can do things with his flow that no one else can do. Like, I don't think that there is anyone that could have rapped like that on that track. I honestly think that is uniquely Kadesh flow. My big problem with this, and now that I know the song, it's not as much of a problem for me personally, but especially in a competition, and especially for a first-time listen on the song, I really deeply disagree by not having the drums in the first verse delivery, because it is a very hard song to understand in that moment of what this, like, where's the song's pocket, because it's moving fast, it's changing deliveries, it feels like it's changing time. There's a lot going on. Once you get past into the first chorus and then definitely in the second verse, it's fine. It's 100% good. But the fact that there's like a minute of me not understanding as a listener what the song is doing, it means that the second time I hear the song, I'm golden. But the first time I hear it, a whole minute of me being in kind of like confused, especially if I'm just listening to this track as a track an artist puts out.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do. There's a part of me as a hip-hop artist and a musician that's going to listen to it anyway because I'm curious, and also if I know Dash, knowing this artist, I'm like, there's something. This team's got something here, and I'm just not putting it together yet. But in my opinion, it's very important to separate myself from the fact that as a musician, I'm willing to do things more than I am as a listener. As a musician, I'm willing to analyze and stick with things as a listener. That doesn't mean that the track is bad, but if I was giving this from a listener standpoint, a thing, I would be 7 out of 10, could be a 9 out of 10 if they just put drums in the first verse. And I'm only saying 7 out of 10 simply so that I can be quoted as giving Dash another 7 out of 10 on a team that he's on, that he will be mad. In reality, it's a 9 out of 10 song. It's almost perfect. We didn't even get to the whole, like, chaos is human, chaos is human. Yeah, which is just good. It's such a great track. But I feel like it's obviously a deliberate decision. I just feel like it's a mistake for an audience to not give you some sort of significant percussive backbone to right form where their head is at when they're listening to that first verse. And you could even do it in a way where you do that, or you could drop all instrumentation and let him full acapella it at the beginning.
Wow.
And then that would be fine, because I'm like, okay, this is more like really fast spoken word. Oh shit, this is a banging song. I see what's happening.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Oh yeah, you could be like, oh, okay, yeah. Wait a minute, this lines up. This is actually like, like, wait a minute, he's spitting. And then it just goes into it. Yeah, that would have been crazy too.
Yeah, Celine, you're right in the chat. A sparser delivery at the beginning might have also done the same thing without drums. It's just, it's very dense. It's hard enough to follow fast raps, and then it's changing up a lot, and you're like, "Where's my head bob at? Where's my head bob at? Oh, there it is. Okay."
It's the Jurassic Park paradox. It's like scientists spent so much time figuring out what they can do.
But yeah, everyone doesn't have to have that opinion. If you're fine with it, I love the song. I rated it a 9 out of 10. It's a great song. But if I wasn't a musician, if I wasn't into hip hop, if I didn't know Dash, I probably would have jumped out of the track before it got to the part that I needed it.
All right. Oh, like the analogy with the headphones. Like if you have bad headphones, or you're just like you only listen to the poppiest of pop. You know, if you're trying to reach a global audience, you need to use the crappy headphones of concept.
Of concept. Like the crappy headphones of concept, or do something to really like grab the audience and hold them down a little bit. Because like, you know, it's like we talk about, if you don't open strong, if the opening is weak, it sets the audience's mind to change how they're analyzing it. In our cases, we're like, all right, Dash, what are you doing? Ryako, what are you doing? Because we know something good's coming. But if someone doesn't know that, then they're like, I'm not catching this. And then, fortunately for them, though, it doesn't matter. If they manage to make it to the chorus, and then they get to the chorus and the rest of the song, they're going to love it, because it's so fucking good.
If you get to Chaos is Human, that's freaking... I'm telling you, this is a musical.
It's a musical.
What are you doing here? You need to go out to Hollywood, the big times. Everybody's going to be singing Chaos.
We're going to do some fast fires, because we've got about 6 or 7 tracks left, and that'll mean that we're on until like 5 p.m. Pacific. So we're going to do some fast fires. This is Horse and Carrot by Dappersaurus. Throat singing. Throat singing.
The battlefield was hit with a set of sage. She entered the stage in a berserker rage. Red sheet in the sea, she sees the corpses on beaches. Now there's no more enemies to be seen. Left with the stench of the siege, she's torn at the seams. Her heart, the war drum as it beats. Breast heaving as the rhythm repeats. Sword swinging machine incarnate of the beast. Mook's bloody body bruised, blisters blooming. She's humming a tune, singing kill all the humans. Take them all to the tombs. The final fight of the fools. Run like a moth to the light of the moon. War goddess granting prayers to her troops. In return for precious raw flesh to consume. Costa casting black magic is truth. It's eye for an eye, yet it's tooth for a tooth. But things they'll do with the promise to level up. Sing songs to praise what the devil does. Who holds the power when the dust settles. True believers fight each other, test their metals. But things they'll do with the promise to level up. Sing songs to praise what the devil does. Who holds the power when the dust settles. True believers fight each other, test their metals. They said too many men were mauled by...
All right. We got a good example of the first verse, first chorus. First things that pop into your head, Ronin.
I mean, I agree with Celine. I love the beat. I love the is it throat singing? I don't
yeah,
know
it's
exactly
throat
what
singing.
it is. Yeah, it's powerful. It's really good. I feel like rapping is the same thing. You need to emote. You need you need to go that extra mile to live. You need to have other people feel your lyrics.
Yeah, there's a thing that he's doing where he's closing his voice and keeping his tone up in the palate, and he doesn't have to do that. That's not how Ian Hobbs raps all the time, and so I don't think it worked here. The dynamics were all kind of weird coming off the intro because the intro is so cool and powerful, and then it goes into a real thin place.
Right.
And this, like, in my normal Daposaurus criticism, this does not fall into that. It is still very much in the beat, in the groove, in the pocket, a lot of places. Even the chorus that kind of steps away from it, maybe some different, like gently different or adjusted drums would have worked a little bit better, but it didn't bother me. It's mostly about the whole construction of the song. Like it doesn't feel like it's all of a piece, or like it's a journey that logically goes from 1, 2, 3. It kind of feels like it's like, here's the intro part, then there's a verse, then there's a chorus, and they kind of go together, but not really. The beat is very good. Two Tundra did a great job on that, and I think in a different song, those vocals from Ann Hobbs would also work. I just don't think they worked here.
I like the chorus as well. I feel like it was just it was a little disjointed.
Huge fat Cyberpunk 2077. Huge fat parts of the body.
Huge fat blink.
Here, I'll slang it. Huge fat cacks. There you go. Twitch friendly.
Placing painstakingly, the marks on my face building the bulk of my build. But there's only so many days till I've been fiddling ages, finding my skin's only shade, and now we're deep in the game. My screen hasn't even changed. Bounce around the body tone, suddenly I sit back, stuck selecting whether to go be a gut of the six pack. Having trouble with the hair, go hammer, just straight back. Navel matches the nose though, but not enough lip fat. Crawling to the finish line, finally gonna finish mine. Find another option that I figured I would never find. Buried beneath body type and body hair design is a shiny little slider stashed away there all this time. Penis size, that's it. Wow, that's a feature that I never knew I needed. It's needless, it's not noted in the top 100 features. Let's lean it to the left and then just see where it leads us. I have found a feature like I've never seen before, but always remember to be careful what you're wishing for. Make it bigger, kids will always make it better, so you better take a second, or you'll always regret it, you'll regret it. Make it bigger, cause it'll always make it better, that's not a word, so you better think about it. I've gotta ask though, really what does it matter, what does it matter? Deciding on hairstyle.
Alright. What comes to mind, Ronin, when you listen to this?
I think this is one of the ones. I know that this song's a little bit polarizing. I think it's obviously low hanging fruit.
Yep.
But
top shelf humor here with Ronin and Steve dying in exposure.
Yeah, but I think they did a good job narratively, like going beyond just the surface level, where you have like a Godzilla love story where it stays on the surface. This goes a little bit deeper into like, oh yeah, it doesn't make it better. We have all these things. I spent all this time making and crafting this character just to find somebody else with a bigger thing, and then their bigger thing isn't functioning. Like it's like, okay, yeah, your ego is like the things that your insecurities about things being so much greater doesn't matter as much. And I kind of get that from that. Like there's a deeper meaning behind it. Besides that, I think that the vocals are a little canned. Maybe it's the microphone they're using.
Yeah.
Could use a few more takes, hopefully. I mean, but yeah.
Yeah, I agree with all of your feedback on this one. It's a little better than a lot of the other like comedic takes on a song, and it's kind of an obvious choice. It's not terrible. It doesn't quite get there to be interesting enough production-wise or vocally. And again, a lot of that could be fixed with the mix. A lot of that could be fixed with the vocals on the mic. And getting those harmonies lined up and tuning those. Because if you're going to do like 3-4 vocals, they've got to go together. It's one thing to kind of have like 1 or 2 vocals that are sort of like gently like slipping in and out of key and kind of relaxed and sleepy. That's fine.
Right.
Doing it with 4, it's a lot. Because they're not just wrong on the song, they're wrong with each other. So you're multiplying the amount of discordance that an ear is hearing.
Yeah.
The skit bails it out. We didn't get to the skit. Don't have time.
Yeah. Skit is funny though. I'd say I knew that this was going to come. I'm glad it came from them. I
knew that this was going to arrive. You're glad that it arrived from them.
We can't get out of this.
Can't. Let's get out of it by going to VR Metascape Broken Pixels.
I call your next and final challenge, Gizmo Duck Hunt. In the year 30XX, a portal forms in Duckburg, and monsters from another dimension start pouring in and killing everybody. The Justice Ducks and the fearsome five join forces. Long story, blah blah. Everyone dies except for Gizmo Duck. In a last-ditch effort to save the world, he uses the power for his suit to supercharge a nuclear generator and fly into the portal on a suicide run.
You might need to skip ahead a little bit.
Oh yeah, this is the one that goes forever.
Your character's name is Zach.
Keep it going.
Begin.
There we go. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
With the ruby red boots, lots of legendary loot with the black and brown boots. I'm an officer, a son of off a bona fide oops on a mountaintop, moonlit, wrist freeze, dude. I'm about to do it with grunts, and his bills got bumps. Looking like the folks from the hill homes. Jumps with his left leg, rolls with his right side. Armor all gone from his leg to his eye. I see him kick, push from the corner of my blind side. My, nice try, tricky. Took a stance with the lava lance. Launched him in the air, didn't care. He's prepared, his propeller popped out, and his fingers flown flares. I was shot in the shoulder, so I dove behind boulders. Then I flipped, then I got a grip.
All right, I got to pause it there. But, all right, so obviously this is the inferior Duck Hunt song, as we both know. No
I got
question.
really scared when I saw there was another Duck Hunt. I was like, oh no.
No. What did you think? I already know, but for people that weren't in your stream yesterday, what are your thoughts on this?
So when I first heard it, first of all, don't say a lot happened, blah blah blah, and then keep going. Don't keep going. You said blah, blah, blah.
that's the etc. That's the moment that you're stopping, including things.
Yeah, but then they kept going. And so I was like, oh, these people are geniuses. They're going to go all the way to the end and just have the entire story. And then halfway, like almost more than halfway through the song, they start rapping. I was like, no, you missed your opportunity. Have 2 bars of rap. Have the whole thing talk, and I would accept it a lot more, because if you just cut it halfway through, I'm not paying attention to anything you're rapping about. The only thing I can think about is how long you're talking about and building up this story about what's going on in this game.
I cannot add to that. That is exactly the problem with this. It's so funny, too, because once it gets into the rap, it's like, all right, this is bouncy. It's fun. I like this. You're just kind of grooving on a fun, fancy flow. But, where was that a minute and 25 seconds ago? Gee, this isn't even quite a 3-minute song, and slightly over half of it is talking. Commit to just talking. It's fine. So bold. What a bold, an artistic move that would have been. We all would have been
that would have been
floored.
Yeah, we all would have been. I personally would have been bravo and for making such a brave choice.
And though I can see the votes, the public votes right now are really in favor of this one. It's funny because the next track, the Kobayashi Alternative Part 2, with brackets, also does a very different thing for its song, and I personally feel it does it better than this one because of how they do it. Just weird. Such a weird choice, but, it is what it is. Let's get into Kobayashi Alternative 2.
All right.
I will get us done. Okay.
Yeah. No worries. Extra points for the duck hunt, though. I thought that I was like, genius. I've got it.
No one will do duck hunt.
What idiot would ever do a duck hunt song?
You fool.
Over and over again. The tea and
It was so funny because there was a part of this at the beginning where I was like, oh, I don't have to listen to this. It's Shane Hall. It's probably like an 8 or 9 out of 10 because he can rap.
That I wonder if the humans even know they're alive. All over who it is that owns this part of the sky. It'll never compute, no matter how many times I try.
Cadet Hall's log, stardate 9652.6. I've been working with Commander Chekhov, putting some extra time in, helping maintain the simulator.
All right, I'm just going to give a scan through because to prove that this is all just talking for people. It's all a part of the story. It's part of what's happening, and it's explaining the concept of the song. And then it gets back into the singing. And I gotta start this off because he threw hands in the Twitch chat. Shane, you're right. The intro was not too long. You got to the song part really good and quick. You had a little bit of talking, then a beautiful singing piece, and then you had this high concept thing, and then you closed it with that beautiful singing piece.
Yeah.
Go on, Ronin.
Oh, it's like I'm listening to like a podcast, what are those like they're not really like books, like narrative books that you read, but like the sound, like the things that what are they called? The audiobooks. It's like an audiobook.
Yeah.
But enhanced.
Radio drama, radio plays.
Radio drama.
That's what it is. And the only criticism I have for this is that the singing part is so good, I just want to hear a whole song with that. Like, I would be like it has basically the 2 stanza movements of singing, and then it goes into that, and then it comes back again, and I'm like, this could just be a song. But if you want to hear Messiah Carey, aka Shane Hall, do singing, there's plenty of music you can find on the internet. And so I really like this. I think this was the bold choice of like a super high concept thing that again really works for this round because there were so many like weird caveats that had to happen in this round.
Yeah.
But
100% agree.
Okay. Enter Leviathan, 2 cannons. Enter the Leviathan, 2 cannons. 2 cannons.
Canyons.
Canyons. Another top shelf voice acting from this team.
Well, dear, patience is a virtue.
Your eyes betray you, Siren. I see in them the same fear that every person sees before you drag them to these depths. My fate shall be different.
All right, I gotta pause it here. Ronin, feelings.
Mm-hmm. You want it? I got it. Dripping like what? What's it called? It sounded weird in this mix. I don't know if
it might be my computer having to mono it. It's real quiet, right? The rapping at the beginning is real quiet, and the bass is real high. Yeah, it might be. It might be because we're playing it on my computer, and I have to output from my computer as mono. That might have ruined the mix a little bit.
I might have crushed some things.
Yeah,
down.
if they really panned a lot, oftentimes it'll crush it, and then the bass will be too loud.
Okay, that's exactly what happened on my end. I mean, I feel like definitely the vocalists knew exactly what they're doing. They have a very like theatrical presence, and like it sells it. It's really good. The you want it, I got it, come and get it. I don't know. There's something in there that I don't know what it is, but I have there's something missing in that one part. Everything else, like, it sells it completely. I love that that bridge is beautiful, and I love their cadence and the production overall. I really vibe with it.
Yeah, it's theater and music. They're very good at this. They're a threat. They're going to be a threat every round now at this point. I don't think anyone's going to question that. So absolute threat. What's not threatening, but in fact smooth and groovy and funky, is "Dance in the Darkness" by One Up Funk. See that transition?
Oh, yeah.
See that transition? Yeah.
That was nice. That was clean.
Clean. I do a lot of podcasting, so you got to learn these radio tricks. Assuming...
Gentlemen, please sit down. Sam Whitehead, Game Corp CEO. Now, as you know, we've given you full reign to write the end fight scene of this game.
Is Samwise?
Dude, I
know from Lord of the Rings?
Dude. No, my name is Sam.
Watch the extended version. No, we should totally do like a Lord of the Rings thing.
No, we can't get the rights.
Fuck yeah, we're doing a Lord of the Rings thing.
Backwards again, like we've been here before. On the path of the villain, come to settle the score. Everything is cyclical, every bit is visceral. Let's get imprinted into the visual. Backwards again, like we've been here before. On the path of the villain, come to settle the score. Everything is cyclical, every bit is visceral. Let's get imprinted into the visual.
A wizard and a warrior, well worn with weariness. We're in this waking wicked evil in this wilderness. Wandering while we watch Whistles walking with. While a arachnid witch is wound about of where the wind went. Animalistic with an acrobatic acumen. Ancillary authority after her abdomen. All arrows knocked, all alchemy on afterburn. Back an adolescent ankle biters, fucking amateur.
Raging at a spider, feeling fully fueled by fire as we travel through the fire. Felling creatures using ire as a method to inspire confirmation to a higher form of being so we can achieve the credits we desire. Cause she loves, she stalks beneath the sheer rock. She rocks toxic knee socks and Reebok. She loves, she stalks beneath the sheer rock. She rocks 8 Reeboks and needs hot shots. 8 legs, dance in the darkness. 2 hearts, stand for the light. 1 shot, take down a heartless. 1 up, we live for the fight. 8 legs, dance in the darkness. 2 hearts, stand for the light. 1 shot, take down a heartless. 1 up, we live for the fight.
All right, that's where we got to pause it. Ronin.
I mean, the cadence is smooth. It's like butter. It's like butter and pillows.
Butter. It's like warm butter and cool pillows together.
Yeah. Perfect harmony.
A perfect like cool warm butter and cool pillows is both a clear visual and gross.
Yeah. Together at last.
Together at last. Warm butter and cool pillows. I remember in your stream, the she rocks these stocks, that part was throwing you off. On repeated listens, does it still throw you off, or are you just like, no, I just expect this part now?
It throws me off if I don't read the lyrics. Because I mean, it's something that like it really it takes me out of it a little bit, because I'm like, what the who she stocks, what socks, Reeboks, hot shots, like what are we it's like, what are we talking about now?
Yeah.
I thought I was listening to one thing.
It definitely, I think it's very intentionally different than the rest of the vibe of the song, both in production and its delivery and its tone of voice and like the way it works. I think it's almost a call out to what the challenge is, because it's just kind of a nonsense. And so like, I like it, but if the song didn't have it, like, it's one of those things where I'm like, take this or leave it. I'm good with it, and I think it's fun, but I 100% also agree that you could take it out, and it would probably be a stronger, more dynamic song. Cohesive piece.
Contextually.
Yeah. Also, Shane is saying that the new EP from You and I, which why would I curse you with me on your music? But the new EP with You and I is Warm Butter and Cool Pillows.
Hey.
Split EPs where you're featured on mine and I'm not featured on yours. There you go.
We could do like an Outcast Love Below kind of thing. Like a warm butter,
cool pillow. Truly weird. Absolutely strange. So the last one we're going to talk about, because there's the XOC Death to 2020. It's a great song. It's based off of Brackets' Round 1 beat, and it's XOC who's got an excellent voice, but it isn't part of the official competition. It's just a little bonus track. However...
Wait, did you do Beyond Reach?
No, that's what I'm about to say. Last one we're going to listen to is Beyond Reach. And don't worry, I'm not going to forget this breath of fresh air that rounds out this competition so perfectly as the last track in the playlist. So Beyond Reach, 0.5 quartet. What's warmer than butter? Cool pillows. I said, what's warmer than...
Oh, here we have it. The final encounter. This is a tough one, to be sure. Many have tried, all have failed so far. But maybe this is the one.
It's a challenge for sure, but we have a challenger.
Oh, a true player. Let's see.
If you don't think this song doesn't fuck, you've never fucked a clown.
I'm the final boss of the dating sim. There's no way to win, cause I can't take a hint. You're gonna fail and then you wanna play again. Your loss, take it in, let the games begin. I've got all my defenses up, all tensed up, and my comprehension tends to suck. Try to bend your luck with charms and methods of seduction, but we all know where you're ending up. Zone of friendship, what notes with that surprise? You're going home alone, big fat surprise. Like Macaulay, Culkin, without supplies, always sulking. Rip out your eyes if you don't wanna see the blank stare on my face. It's like this makes you compliments as having terrible taste. I've had my fair share of dates, so I'm set, except I only found out in retrospect. That's what that was?
Oh, you hate to see it, folks. Striking out in the first round.
Well, let's see if there's any bouncing back from this.
It is not looking too good right now, but it ain't over yet.
Round 2, make your move.
You know you'll be ill at ease. I don't show vulnerabilities. You've honed your skills, increased your ammo as sociable charmer. But Cupid's arrows ricochet off my emotional armor, and the heart doesn't glow.
All right, gotta pause it to talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
Ronin, I know you hate this song. I know you just truly can't stand it.
Oh, so much. so much. So much hate. I always come from a place of narrative. I love the fact that they use their talking parts as like transitions to like really like drive home like the other parts. Like, no, it's just clutch. It's in the pocket.
Yeah.
And it all makes sense.
It all makes sense. It's really fun. It's really bouncy. It's really loose. If you were to tell me one day I would see a team of Vincent EL and Artemis as the pair of them, I would be like, strange. Not that these two wouldn't work together, but like not really the same vibe. But this track really works. I love it, and it's one of the things I love so much about Arda is like you listen to their work and their production for stuff that they do, and it's very just like classic, like DJs turntables, you know, like boom bap, good hip hop, good East Coast hip hop. And then Vincent EL is just all over the place, and they're awesome. But Vincent EL,
I love it,
and so. They mesh like Warm Butter and Cool Pillows. They just go together. Yeah. Let us know in the chat. Who do you think is Warm Butter and who do you think is Cool Pillows in Vincent EL and Artemis's case? That is now, you branded it. Every subsequent two Yoked Bros, I'm now like, it's just going to be a casual thing I say where I'm just like, it's like Warm Butter and Cool Pillows. It just goes.
It's
so
Warm
good.
Butter and Cool.
It's so smooth. But yeah, they just work together. They just do.
Absolutely.
Vincent EL is just good at multis. They're good at they're just so effortlessly nerdy and like and kind of like bouncy and fun in their flow. And so it doesn't feel like here's awkward rapping flows or very deliberately stilted stuff. It feels like that's just a style of rapping, and it is. It's just it doesn't come naturally to a lot of people. And Vincent sort of mastered it. So I'm really happy they got together as a team.
And there's so many like interesting things said. Like there's so many times where you have people who just say the generic rap thing.
Yeah.
Or this. It definitely like has a completely different like feel and concept, and it comes from a place where maybe it's like, oh, I have an idea, I bet I definitely will write this in a rap, I don't care, and then here it is.
It's absolutely where it belongs. It belongs. All right, well, thank you, Ronin, for sticking it out. We went about a half over where I originally expected. Klopfenpop is dead to me. No. Josh is dead to me. You'll see him on Through the Mill on Tuesday. I'm just gonna kill his character.
Oh snap!
I'll just kill his druid. It'll be fine, no matter how many wild shapes he does. But yeah, this has been Two Yoked Bros. Thanks everyone for hanging out in the chat and listening to us. This has been awesome. But a special thanks to Ronin. Go. Pitch yourself, Ronin. Do your plugs.
I'm Only One Ronin. I'm on Twitch. I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You can find me there. I also have Skill Check Official, which is a campaign that I run with the Paladin, who's also in the thing.
Yeah, in the
and
chat.
We do he's in the chat right there. We do a freestyle rap RPG. So it's very fresh, and we're always looking for people. Steve, definitely, like we've said before, you're more than welcome to come on an episode.
We're getting into this. Also, I love the idea that I don't absolutely have to come up with a giant campaign just to play D&D for once. But yeah. Go check out their stream. They're a person after my own heart. They have afternoon time streams, so it's like I think Tuesdays and Wednesdays you're like noon to 3, noon to 4, something like that. And then Thursdays I think you're like what, like 2 to 5, 3.
Yeah, 2 to 5ish, depending on what's going on. But it's more early morning for the first two, and then later in the day for the second.
It's nice for East Coasters to catch it, not have to stay up late and everything. But yeah, go listen, continue following them in the VPC and all these other wonderful artists. Dying of Exposure is off for this week, the rest of this week, and we will be back. Actually, the first thing we'll be back on is Monday, 7:30 p.m. back in Waterdeep Dragon Heist with the Booty P crew, I think is the name that we've settled on them.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's I blame Prowess. But Prowess, Kadesh Flow, Triple Aaron, and Triple Aaron, the original other Yoked Bro, and then Camille from Through the Mill, and then of course you can catch other streams here 2 p.m.s Tuesdays and Wednesdays, so you can bounce between Ronin and I Pacific time for retro 90s RPGs, and then Through the Mill Tuesday nights 7:30 p.m. Pacific. That's all going to change when Mass Effect Legendary comes out, because I'm just going to constantly be playing it, so I'm just always going to be streaming. I'm just going to sit there and stream it constantly while I play it. But so come May, it'll just be like, just come in. My channel's probably happening. It's probably live. It's like an open chat room. But yeah, and we'll be back again next time for Two Yoked Bros with VPC Round 3. Thank you, everybody.
Bye.